further,
I think
I
Madam
think
Julie
Madam
Ji
Julie
will
Ji
come
will
and
come and
will
will
take on the
take
next
on the
session
next
as well.
session as well.
बस कुछ ही
कुछ
क्षणों
ही
का
क्षणों का
इंतजार है
इंतजार
और
है और उसके बाद हम
कार्यक्रम
कार्यक्रम
को और भी
जो
जो
आधिकारिक
आधिकारिक भाग है
भाग है
उसकी
उसकी
शुरुआत
शुरुआत
करेंगे।
में करेंगे।
लेकिन आज
लेकिन
का दिन
आज का दिन
तकनीकी
तकनीकी
सत्र
सत्र
से
से
पूरा
पूरा
ही
ही
लैस
लैस
है
है
और
और
इनमें बात हो
इनमें
रही
बात
है
हो रही
उन
है उन
बिंदुओं की
बिंदुओं की
जिनको
जिनको
हमें
हमें
जानने और
जानने और
समझने
समझने
की
की बहुत
ज़रूरत है।
ज़रूरत है।
तो
तो
इसलिए
इसलिए
पूरा दिन
पूरा दिन
हमने
हमने
रखा है
रखा
उन
है
सभी
उन सभी
विशेषज्ञों के
विशेषज्ञों
लिए
के लिए
जो इस
जो
पर
इस पर
बातचीत
बातचीत
करेंगे।
करेंगे।
विभिन्न
विभिन्न
सेक्टर,
सेक्टर्स,
विभिन्न
विभिन्न
क्षेत्रों से
क्षेत्रों से
और
और
विभिन्न
विभिन्न
अनुभव
अनुभव के
के साथ और
साथ और
सक्षम,
सक्षम,
सबल
सबल
और
और
सामर्थ्य के
सामर्थ्य के
साथ आए
साथ
हुए
आए हुए
हमारे
हमारे
वरिष्ठ
वरिष्ठ
साथी
साथी
कुछ
कुछ
ही
ही
क्षणों
क्षणों
का
का
इंतजार
इंतजार
है
है
और
और
उसके
उसके
बाद
बाद
हम
हम
और
और
इसलिए
इसके
आप
आप
सभी
सभी
को
को
ये
जो
अवसर
अवसर
मिला
मिला
है जानने,
जानने
समझने,
समझने
सीखने का,
सीखने का,
उसका
उसका
हम
हम
सबको पूरा
सबको पूरा
फायदा
फायदा
उठाने की
उठाने की
ज़रूरत भी है।
जरूरत भी है।
कुछ ही देर
कुछ ही
बाद
देर बाद
11
12
मिनट
मिनट
पर
पर
हमारे
हमारे
पास
पास
हमारे
हमारे
साथ
साथ
हैं।
हैं।
आज का
आज का दिन
तकनीकी
तकनीकी
हॉल
हॉल
में
में
पूरा
पूरा
ही
ही
संख्या
लैस
में
संख्या
है
में
और
है
वहाँ
वहाँ
के
के
आसपास के
आसपास
लोगों
के
को
लोगों
स्थिति
को
है कि
कि
हम
हमें
बैठ जाएँ,
बैठ जाए,
समय
समय
सीट
सीट
ग्रहण कर
ग्रहण
लें।
कर लें।
और इस
और
बार
इस
जब
बार
आधिकारिक
आधिकारिक
कार्यक्रम
कार्यक्रम
शुरुआत
की
में
शुरुआत
रखा
में
है
रखा है
विशेषज्ञों के
विशेषज्ञों
लिए
के लिए
अपने
अपने
मोबाइल
मोबाइल
पर
पर
स्विच
स्विच
ऑफ
ऑफ या
विभिन्न
साइलेंट
तरह से
विभिन्न
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 विशेषों से
विशेषों से
सुविधा को
सुविधा को
आसानी
आसानी
हो
हो
और
और
विभिन्न
विभिन्न
अनुभव के
अनुभव के
साथ
साथ
और
और
सक्षमता से
सक्षमता से
ज़्यादा से
ज़्यादा
ज़्यादा फायदा
फायदा
उठाएं।
उठाएं।
क्योंकि
क्योंकि
कोई
कोई
और
के
स्टार्टअप
स्टार्टअप
के
के
आए हुए
आए हुए
हमारे
हमारे
CSIR द्वारा
CSIR द्वारा
वरिष्ठ
वरिष्ठ
मुंबई में
मुंबई में
उसमें
उसमें
बहुत कुछ
बहुत कुछ
साथी हैं।
साथी
कुछ ही
हैं,
क्षणों
कुछ ही
का
क्षणों का
इंतजार है
इंतजार
और
है
उसके
और
बाद
उसके
हम
बाद
सभी
हम
सत्रों
सत्रों
के
के
सभी
सभी
संबोधनों से
संबोधनों से
हमें
हमें
बहुत
बहुत
कुछ
कुछ
सीखने को
आप
ये
सभी को
जो
जो
अवसर
अवसर
मिला
मिला
है
है
जानने और
जानने और
समझने
समझने
का
का
मिल रहा
मिल
है।
रहा है।
बस कुछ ही
बस कुछ
क्षणों
ही
का और
क्षणों का और
इंतजार है और
इंतजार
उसका
और उसका फिर
हम सबको पूरा फायदा
फायदा
उठाने की
उठाने की
ज़रूरत भी है।
जरूरत है।
कुछ ही देर
कुछ ही
बाद
देर बाद
11
12
मिनट
मिनट
पर
पर
हमारे
हमारे
पास
पास
हमारे
हमारे
साथी
साथ
आज का दिन
तकनीकी
हॉल
हॉल
में
में
पूरा ही
पूरा
लैस
ही
संख्या
लैस
में
संख्या
है
में
और
है
वहाँ
वहाँ
के
के
आसपास के
आसपास
लोगों
के
की
लोगों
स्थिति
को
है कि हम बैठ
हमें
जाएँ,
बैठ
समय
जाए,
सीट
समय
ग्रहण
सीट
कर लें।
ग्रहण कर लें।
और इस
और
बार
इस
जब
बार
आधिकारिक
आधिकारिक
कार्यक्रम
कार्यक्रम
शुरुआत में रखा है
रखा है
विशेषज्ञों के
विशेषज्ञों
लिए
के लिए
अपने
अपने
मोबाइल
मोबाइल
पर
पर
स्विच
स्विच
ऑफ या
ऑफ या
विभिन्न
साइलेंट
तरह से
विभिन्न
विशेषों से
से
सुविधा को
सुविधा को
आसानी हो
आसानी हो
और
और
विभिन्न
विभिन्न
अनुभव के
अनुभव के
साथ
साथ
और
और
सक्षमता से
सक्षमता से
ज़्यादा से
ज़्यादा
ज़्यादा फायदा
फायदा
उठाएं।
उठाएं।
क्योंकि
क्योंकि
कोई
कोई
और
स्टार्टअप
स्टार्टअप
के
के आए हुए
हमारे
हमारे
CSIR
CSIR द्वारा
द्वारा
वरिष्ठ
वरिष्ठ
हाँ अंदर नाखी दो हजी एक स्टेप बस ખુલીને રાખો ને પડશે અરે હું કોઈ ચેર પર બેસવા આવશે ને તો પડશે હા બસ बस कुछ ही पलों का इंतज़ार और
जो सूचना हमें मिल रही है बस कुछ ही क्षणों का हमें इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन जहाँ तक स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव की बात है मुंबई में पहली बात ही मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र के श्री फडणवीस जी ने कहा कि किस तरह से महाराष्ट्र खासकर पूरे स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को एक्सेलरेट करने के लिए प्रयासरत है और किस तरह से एक बहुत बड़ा हब यहाँ पर बन चुका है। तो हम एक ऐसे समय और एक ऐसे जगह पे हैं जहाँ पर पूरा वातावरण
मयूरो
इस चीज़ को आगे बढ़ाने के
बैटरी
लिए
चेंज कराना बोली
जुटा हुआ है।
ले लो
और
हाँ यार
जो 3 इंस्टीट्यूट CSIR के जॉइंटली ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं इस पूरे कार्यक्रम को। वो हैं NIO, NCL और नीरी। NIO जो गोवा से में जिसका केंद्र है, नीरी नागपुर से और NCL पुणे से। और CSIR के ये सारे लैब्स और इंस्टीट्यूट्स लगातार अब एक बहुत ही फोकस्ड अप्रोच के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए इस स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में आपको बहुत ही बारीकी से देखने को मिलेगा तकनीकी सत्र में किस तरह से संरचना की गई है। और आज के भी दूसरे दिन बहुत कुछ यहाँ पर पूरे दिन भर में हमने पिरोया है और सभी अनुभव अपने अपने साझा करेंगे। हमारे पैनलिस्ट हमारे साथ होंगे और हमारे मॉडरेटर्स हमारे साथ होंगे उन तकनीकी सत्रों के। और ये सभी कुछ ऐसे वरिष्ठ व्यक्ति हैं जो अपने अनुभव के साथ यहाँ पर इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए हैं। बस तैयारी थोड़ी और। जहाँ तक मैं देख पा रही हूँ मेरे दाईं ओर जो कुछ कुर्सियाँ अभी भी खाली हैं, तो जो लोग इधर उधर अगर घूम रहे हों वो कृपया अपनी सीट ग्रहण कर सकते हैं। जो स्टार्टअप के लोग हैं वो अपने स्टॉल्स पे होंगे ही, बट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द अदर पीपल टू प्लीज जॉइन इन द प्रोग्राम एंड टेक ऑन देयर सीट्स रेस्पेक्टिवली so that the program begins formally. Arrives. जैसा कि आप देख ही पा रहे हैं कि सारी तैयारियां भी चरम पर हैं और बस कुछ ही मिनटों की प्रतीक्षा है जब वो हमारे साथ होंगे। इन 2 दिनों के कार्यक्रम में आपने देखा किस तरह से और पूरे 2 दिनों में हमने बहुत सारे सेशंस में बहुत कुछ सीखा। स्टार्टअप जो हैं उनके साथ जो इंटरेक्शन हुआ उसमें बहुत कुछ देखने को मिला। सबने अपने स्टॉल लगाए हैं। 70 के करीब स्टार्टअप्स इस वक्त इस 2 दिवसीय स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में मौजूद हैं और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में विभिन्न सेक्टर्स में ये काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि विविधता के साथ सभी क्षेत्रों में काम हो रहा है। जैसे कि कृषि के क्षेत्र में हो, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में हो, ज्ञान विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में हो, AI के क्षेत्र में हो या फिर मिलेट के भी क्षेत्र में हो और किसी भी अन्य प्रकार के आइडियाज़ के साथ आने वाली ये स्टार्टअप जिन्होंने एक नई दुनिया बनाई है हमारे लिए, जो संभावनाओं की दुनिया है। कल भी यही बात हो रही थी कि किस तरह से एक छोटी सी बीज की तरह एक सोच, एक विचार, एक आइडिया उपजता है और फिर वो बड़ा रूप ले लेता है एक हकीकत के रूप में, एक एंटरप्राइज के रूप में, एक बिजनेस एंटिटी के रूप में, और वो जो है बहुत सारे लोगों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाता है। That is how the startups are really not only doing things for themselves but also helping us all by their own work. So it's a very meaningful idea. It's an idea which connects all of us. And I think watching these startups grow, we have actually learned a lot. किस तरह की स्ट्रैटेजी बनाई इन्होंने, किस तरह से रात भर काम किया, दिन भर अथक परिश्रम किया। तो स्टार्टअप की जो कहानियां हैं वो मेहनत की कहानियां हैं और वो हमारे भविष्य की कहानियां हैं। So we're very, very privileged and delighted to be part of this program, the 2-day CSIR Startup Conclave happening here in Mumbai. और बहुत ही जोश और उत्साह दिखा हमें जिस तरह से लोगों ने इसमें भाग लिया है। और आज का दिन भी हमारा इसी तरह से अर्थपूर्ण रहे, ऐसी ही हम कामना करते हैं। आप सबके लिए भी कामना, जो लोग यहाँ आए हैं, जिन्होंने अपना समय दिया है इस कार्यक्रम को और पूरा उत्साह दिखाया है। और बस कुछ मिनट और उसके बाद ही आधिकारिक हमारे कुछ कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत हो जाएगी। बहुत ही कम संख्या में शुरुआत कुछ समय पहले तक स्टार्टअप्स जब थे, और अब रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप्स की संख्या 1 लाख से कहीं ज़्यादा पार हो चुकी है। और जैसा कि कल हमें बताया गया कि सिर्फ बड़े बड़े शहरों से नहीं, छोटे छोटे कस्बों से, बहुत छोटे छोटे शहरों से, टायर 2 टायर 3 से, सब जगह से ये स्टार्टअप्स तैयार हो रहे हैं और इनकी भूमिका बड़ी होती जा रही है हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था में भी। तो इसलिए इस तरह के स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव जो हो रहे हैं अब, खासकर जिसकी CSIR जिसको लीड कर रहा है, ये एक बहुत अहम यात्रा है और ये यात्रा अभी आगे भी चलेगी और तमाम देश के हिस्सों में जाने की कोशिश है। और हम धन्यवाद करते हैं 3 इंस्टीट्यूट्स का, NCL का, नीरी का और NIO का, जिन्होंने साथ मिलकर इस कार्यक्रम को सजाया और संवारा है। साथ ही सभी टीम मेंबर्स का, जिनके अथक प्रयास से ये आपके सामने है। और बस कुछ ही क्षणों के इंतजार के बाद फिर एक बार आपके साथ हम शामिल होंगे। बहुत ही हर्ष का विषय है हमारे लिए। कुछ ही क्षणों में हॉल के अंदर मंच पर हम जल्द ही देखेंगे आज के अपने मुख्य अतिथि को, माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी को। और प्रतीक्षा हम कर रहे हैं उनकी, और वेन्यू के पास ऐसी सूचना मिल रही है कि बस पहुंच ही गए हैं। तो बहुत ही प्रतीक्षारत हैं हम और बहुत ही उत्सुक और उत्साहित हैं। We are all truly delighted actually and really looking forward to have him gracing the occasion here today on the second day. जो लोग भी हॉल के बाहर हैं, इधर उधर हैं, वो कृपया हॉल के अंदर आकर अपनी सीट ग्रहण कर लें। ये बार बार आपसे विनम्र प्रार्थना है मेरी, एक निवेदन है आपसे। A humble request to all of you to take your seats please inside the hall. Because when the dignitaries arrive, we would expect less movement happening here, especially in the middle way. और हॉल के पीछे से भी अगर मैं अपने वॉलंटियर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि कृपया शांति भी बनाए रखें ताकि सुचारू रूप से इस कार्यक्रम को हम आगे बढ़ा पाएं। विशेषतः जबकि हमारे विशेष मुख्य अतिथि माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी जो यहाँ पधार चुके हैं, बहुत ही हर्ष और उल्लास के साथ उनका स्वागत और अभिनंदन 2 दिवसीय स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव 2025 मुंबई में जो CSIR द्वारा आयोजित हो रहा है। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन। तालियों के साथ आप स्वागत भी करें। अब हॉल के अंदर माननीय गणमान्य अति आदरणीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी हमारे बीच हैं, महाराष्ट्र के उप मुख्यमंत्री। और उनके आगमन से हम सब के अंदर अति उत्साह और आनंद की हमें अनुभूति हो रही है। पूरे CSIR की तरफ से और तीनों इंस्टीट्यूट्स NIO, नीरी और NCL की तरफ से मैं उनका बहुत बहुत स्वागत और अभिनंदन करती हूँ। कृपया तालियों से और उल्लास के साथ स्वागत करें हमारे माननीय अति गणमान्य उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी का। और सबसे पहले दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ हम कार्यक्रम की पारंपरिक शुरुआत करेंगे। मैं विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी डायरेक्टर NIO, डायरेक्टर NCL और डायरेक्टर नीरी से कि वो साथ में उपस्थित हों हमारे, और ये एक पारंपरिक शुरुआत कार्यक्रम की दीप प्रज्वलन के साथ। We are truly delighted to have our very respected Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shinde ji here, और लैंप लाइटिंग का ये कार्यक्रम होने के बाद मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करूंगी हमारे अति गणमान्य परम आदरणीय उप मुख्यमंत्री महाराष्ट्र श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी का, साथ ही तीनों डायरेक्टर्स का, जो डायरेक्टर एनआईओ प्रोफेसर सुनील कुमार सिंह, डायरेक्टर एनसीएल डॉक्टर आशीष लेले एंड डायरेक्टर नीरी डॉक्टर वेंकट मोहन जी का। और सबसे पहले जैसे कि एक परंपरागत शुरुआत हुई दीप प्रज्वलन की और अब अभिनंदन भी, तो मैं सबसे पहले विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी डायरेक्टर एनसीएल डॉक्टर आशीष लेले जी का कि वो हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी का अभिनंदन करें। और I would like to now invite for the welcome address Director NIO Professor Sunil Kumar Singh ji onto the stage to share few words.
परम आदरणीय श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, महाराष्ट्र सरकार के माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री, हमारे CSIR के निदेशक महोदय जी, डॉक्टर आशीष लेले NCL पुणे, डॉक्टर वेंकट मोहन जी नीरी नागपुर, आदरणीय डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के लोग, हमारे लेबोरेटरी के सभी सदस्यगण, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, इस प्रोग्राम में आप सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत। ये प्रोग्राम जो कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कंसीव किया था 2015 में, लाल किले से उन्होंने बताया था कंट्री को कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए, विकसित भारत जो कि 2047 में बनाने का उनका सपना है, उसको पूरा करने के लिए उन्होंने एक आह्वान किया था स्टार्टअप इंडिया, स्टैंड अप इंडिया का, जिसमें उन्होंने इस धारणा को फलीभूत किया था कि एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम होना चाहिए जिसमें हमारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर पार्टिसिपेट कर सकें, जिसमें जो टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे लेबोरेटरी में बनाती है उसको जनता तक पहुंचा सके। उसके लिए उन्होंने एक फंड ऑफ फंड्स का निर्माण किया था 120 करोड़ रुपया देकर। आज 9 साल होने के बाद भारत स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में दूसरे नंबर पर पहुंच गया है, करीब 2.25 लाख स्टार्टअप के साथ। इस क्षेत्र में काफ़ी कुछ हो चुका है और काफ़ी होना बाकी है। अगर हमको भारत को 2047 में विकसित बनाना है, इसको और भी मजबूती देना होगा। जैसे कि अभी सबको पता है, हमारे 3 लेबोरेटरी मिलके इस प्रोग्राम को बॉम्बे में कर रहे हैं। बॉम्बे जो कि कमर्शियल कैपिटल बोला जाता है, जो कि ऑलरेडी स्टार्टअप में सबसे आगे है, ऐसे जगह पे इसका शुभारंभ बहुत ही प्रेरणादायी है और जो कि काफी सफलता देगी आगे चल के। हमारा तीनों लेबोरेटरी अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत ही आगे अग्रणी काम कर रहे हैं। एक नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओशनोग्राफी समुद्र विज्ञान संस्थान, जो कि अथाह अथाह अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे समुद्र के अंदर है, जो कि आज तक हम लोगों ने बहुत टैप नहीं किया है, और जो भारत सरकार का एक बहुत ही सपना है ब्लू इकोनॉमी का, उसको पूरा करने के लिए हम लोग काफी दिन रात एक कर रहे हैं। उसमें आप देखेंगे ब्लू इकोनॉमी के अंदर बहुत सारे कंपोनेंट हैं, जैसे कि लिविंग रिसोर्स जो कि फिशरी से रिलेटेड है, मेटाबोलाइट्स जो कि ड्रग्स और से रिलेटेड है, बहुत सारे मॉलिक्यूल ओशन के अंदर उपस्थित हैं जो कि जिसका एक दोहन अभी तक नहीं हुआ है। बॉम्बे जिसका 700 से ज़्यादा कोस्ट लाइन है, और 700 प्लस जो 200 किलोमीटर 200 नॉटिकल माइल का जो हमारा एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन होता है, वो भी हमारे देश का ही होता है। उसमें अथाह रिसोर्सेज हैं, लिविंग रिसोर्सेज, नॉन लिविंग रिसोर्सेज, एनर्जी, ओशन एनर्जी। सर हम लोग आजकल बात करते हैं एनर्जी का प्रॉब्लम है, कोयले जलाने से प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, उसके लिए ओशन में अथाह 1000 गीगा टन ऑफ गीगा वाट ऑफ एनर्जी हमारे ओशन में संग्रहित हैं, उसका उपयोग करना। इस सारे डायरेक्शन में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो उसमें अगर हम सब मिल के काम करेंगे तो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। जो पॉल्यूशन का जो प्रॉब्लम है, जो CO2 का प्रॉब्लम है, जो टेम्परेचर बढ़ने का प्रॉब्लम है, जिससे आज हम सब ग्रसित हैं, उसमें हमारे स्टार्टअप का बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान होगा। और इसके लिए सर बहुत ही मिलके हम काम कर रहे हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे। सर हम फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं और आपको वेलकम करते हैं इस सभा में और इस मीटिंग में। आपने अपना महत्वपूर्ण समय दिया, फिर से आपका बहुत बहुत वेलकम एंड धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद महोदय आपका भी। और आप डायरेक्टर NIO CSIR फैमिली की तरफ से ये कार्यक्रम आयोजित हुआ है, तो हम सब बहुत ही लाभान्वित हैं आज, क्योंकि आज के हमारे जो उप मुख्यमंत्री हैं श्री एकनाथ सिंह शिंदे जी, हम सब जानते हैं कि एक ऊर्जावान और कितने कर्मठ वो हमारे लीडर हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ, और साथ ही आपसे विनम्र निवेदन, ये 2 शब्द के साथ हमें प्रेरित करें।
Namaskar. Good morning and warm welcome to all young scientists, innovators and inventors to Mumbai. The city of dreams, the city which is India's largest metropolis and a vibrant economic and cultural hub. मैं आज सभी लोगों का इस स्टार्टअप CSIR स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। आप सभी लोगों को शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर S वेंकट मोहन जी है, डॉक्टर आशीष लेले जी है, प्राध्यापक सुनील सिंह जी है, और बाकी उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, सभी लोगों को मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। और डॉक्टर जयंत नारळीकर जो एस्ट्रो फिजिसिस्ट है, हमारे बहुत बड़े साइंटिस्ट रह चुके थे, उनका कल देहांत हुआ है। मैं उनके प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ, उनको भावभीनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ। आज यहाँ पर CSIR स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव में आप सभी लोग उपस्थित हैं। ये केवल कार्यक्रम नहीं, बल्कि देश के साइंस, इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की दिशा में उठाया गया एक ऐतिहासिक कदम है। CSIR एक ऐसी संस्था है जिसने दशकों से भारत के वैज्ञानिकों विकास की नींव रखी है, विज्ञान की नींव रखी है, चाहे वो नई दवाओं की खोज हो, एनवायरमेंटल सॉल्यूशन हो या एडवांस मटेरियल टेक्नोलॉजी हो। CSIR ने हर क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी योगदान दिया है। मुझे अभी अभी पता चला है CSIR का यहाँ पर एक अपना बड़ा इनोवेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स भी यहाँ शुरू किया है, जो स्टार्टअप को बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट भी मिलेगा। और ये हमारे मुंबई के लिए, महाराष्ट्र के लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है। हमारे लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन शुरू किया और आज ये मिशन देश में एक इनोवेशन क्रांति के रूप में आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारे युवाओं में जितना अधिक वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण बढ़ेगा, देश में स्टार्टअप उतने ही अधिक फलेंगे, फूलेंगे और बढ़ेंगे भी। इसलिए मोदी जी ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन का साथ देश की नया राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को बढ़ाने पर भी फोकस किया है, जोर दिया है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारा देश अब आर्थिक महाशक्ति की ओर उड़ान भर रहा है। मैं दावे के साथ कहूँगा, 2014 में हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था 10वें 11वें स्थान पर थी, लेकिन ब्रिटेन, जापान जैसे देशों को पीछे छोड़कर अब हम 4थे स्थान पर पहुंच रहे हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। देश को महाशक्ति के ओर ले जाते समय मोदी जी ने देश और यहाँ के प्रत्येक नागरिक की सुरक्षा को भी ध्यान दिया है। हमारे देश की सुरक्षा, देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा को भी प्राथमिकता दी है और इसलिए नया भारत है हमारा। अब दुश्मन के घर में घुसकर मारने वाला भारत है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने पाकिस्तान की नाक तो रगड़ दी, लेकिन मोदी जी ने दिखा दिया है कि हम किसी से कम नहीं है। हम किसी को छेड़ते नहीं, हमें कोई छेड़ता है तो हम उसे छोड़ते नहीं। ये मोदी जी ने पूरी दुनिया को दिखा दिया है। आज हमारा देश दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश है। देश को महाशक्ति बनाने का निर्धार मोदी जी ने किया है। वह सपना साकार करने की ताकत हमारे देश के युवाओं में है और आज बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हमारे युवा यहाँ मौजूद है। इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि युवा पीढ़ी को नौकरी के पीछे भागने के बजाय नए स्टार्टअप पर ध्यान केंद्रित करना चाहिए। मैं एक आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, हमारे हिंदू हृदय सम्राट बाला साहेब ठाकरे जी हमेशा कहते हैं, नौकरी मांगने से नौकरी देने वाले हाथ तैयार करो तो ज़्यादा ये समाज में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन होगा, क्योंकि ये स्टार्टअप से और छोटे छोटे उद्योगों से ही हम कामयाब कर सकते हैं। और इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि असली शक्ति युवाओं के हाथों में है, आपकी कल्पना शक्ति में है। स्टार्टअप का सफ़र आसान नहीं है, इन्वेस्टमेंट भी है, इसमें कंपटीशन भी है, सब कुछ है। कभी कभी काम करते समय असफलता का सामना भी करना पड़ सकता है, लेकिन याद रहे कि हर असफलता आपको सफलता के एक कदम करीब ले जाती है। यहाँ मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ, हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी की एक बेहद सुंदर कविता है। तू ना थकेगा कभी, तू ना रुकेगा कभी, तू ना मुड़ेगा कभी, कर शपथ कर शपथ कर शपथ। और ये भी हमारे लिए, सबके लिए आत्मसात करने की आवश्यकता है। स्टार्टअप सिर्फ एक व्यवसाय नहीं है, एक सपना है, एक लक्ष्य है, एक जुनून है। स्टार्टअप की हजारों सक्सेस स्टोरी है जिनसे युवाओं को प्रेरणा मिल सकती है, ऊर्जा मिल सकती है और उनको काम करने की शक्ति मिलेगी। मुझे कहते हुए बेहद खुशी है कि महाराष्ट्र देश में स्टार्टअप के मामले में पूरे देश में नंबर 1 है। 2025 की इकोनॉमिक सर्वे के अनुसार महाराष्ट्र में 26,686 26,686 स्टार्टअप्स है, जो देश के टोटल स्टार्टअप में 24% है। ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है। इन्वेस्टर्स और वेंचर कैपिटल फंड्स की उपलब्धता के कारण मुंबई स्टार्टअप के लिए सबसे उपयुक्त स्थान बनता जा रहा है। देश की सबसे ज़्यादा यानी 27 यूनिकॉर्न कंपनियां अपने महाराष्ट्र में है। राज्य सरकार ने स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम डेवलप करने के लिए 120 करोड़ रुपए का फंड ऑफ फंड्स बनाया है, जिसके माध्यम से स्केलेबल और मार्केटेबल स्टार्टअप्स को वित्तीय सहायता प्रदान की जा सकती है, उसको पुष्ट मिल सकता है, मजबूती मिल सकती है। हमने महाराष्ट्र स्टार्टअप वीक, मुंबई फिनटेक हब और पुण्य श्लोक अहिल्या देवी होळकर महिला स्टार्टअप योजना भी बनाई है। मुंबई फाइनेंशियल एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन का केंद्र अभी बन रहा है। फिनटेक, ई कॉमर्स और हेल्थ टेक, एड टेक, डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स तेजी से विकसित हो रहे हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है। मुंबई देश का सबसे अधिक फंडिंग प्राप्त करने वाला स्टार्टअप है। इस साल स्टार्टअप ने कुल 3.7 बिलियन डॉलर्स की फंडिंग प्राप्त की है, जो पिछले वर्ष की तुलना में 154% ज़्यादा है। ये भी हमारे लिए बड़ी बात है। पुणे जैसे आईटी, ऑटोमोटिव, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नंबर 1 है। नवी मुंबई में 300 एकड़ में देश की सबसे आधुनिक इनोवेशन सिटी का निर्माण कार्य भी शुरू हो चुका है। यह साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, डेटा साइंस, एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जोन के स्टार्टअप्स को इनक्यूबेट किया जाएगा। यह महाराष्ट्र सरकार की पॉलिसी सपोर्ट है, इन्वेस्टर एक्टिविज्म है, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को प्रोत्साहित करने वाले नीतियों का परिणाम है, और इसलिए स्टार्टअप और उद्योग को आर्थिक सहायता देने के लिए फिनटेक पॉलिसी बनाने वाला महाराष्ट्र पहला राज्य है। मुंबई को तेजी से ग्लोबल फिनटेक हब बनाने की घोषणा भी हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जब मुंबई में आए थे तब की थी, और उसी दिशा में हम तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। मुंबई को इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल हब बनाने का मोदी जी का निर्धार जो है, मुंबई में हाल ही में हुआ जो वेव्स वर्ल्ड ऑडियो विजुअल एंड एंटरटेनमेंट समिट 2025, ये उसी का एक प्रयास है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। और मुंबई को महाराष्ट्र से अलग अलग अफवाहें भी कई लोग फैलाते हैं, मुंबई को तोड़ने वाली बात करती है, लेकिन ये सब फर्जी है। मुंबई ये महाराष्ट्र की राजधानी तो है, लेकिन देश की आर्थिक राजधानी भी है, इकोनॉमिक कैपिटल है। इसलिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को मुंबई को जोड़ने का काम करते हैं, इसलिए मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। हमें महाराष्ट्र को देश ही नहीं बल्कि दुनिया भर में स्टार्टअप का सेंटर बनाना है, और ये आपकी जो पहल है ये उसी का एक कदम है। ये मैं कहता हूँ। नई स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी का ड्राफ्ट तैयार कर लिया गया है। इसमें लोगों को इनोवेटिव विचारों को उनके विचार भी शामिल किए गए हैं। यदि आप स्टार्टअप्स, इन्वेस्टमेंट और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के क्षेत्र में इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं तो महाराष्ट्र आपके लिए एक आइडियल स्टेट है, ऐसा मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ यह कहना चाहूँगा। मुझे विश्वास है कि भविष्य में स्टार्टअप्स के बढ़ावा देने में ये CSIR स्टार्टअप्स कॉन्क्लेव बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाएगा, जरूर निभाएगा। इससे स्टार्टअप को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। आज यह 50 से अधिक डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स ने अपनी इनोवेशन का प्रदर्शन भी किया है, स्टॉल भी लगे हुए हैं, हम जाते जाते देखेंगे भी। यहाँ केवल टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन ही नहीं, एनवायरमेंटल बैलेंस और सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट पर भी विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है। बायो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, मरीन रोबोटिक्स और ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे विषय हमारे युवा पीढ़ी का भविष्य सुरक्षित करने के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक है। मेरे प्रिय युवा साथियों, यह कॉन्क्लेव आपके सपनों को वैज्ञानिक आकार देने का एक मंच है, एक प्लेटफॉर्म है। इसलिए यहाँ से आप कुछ ना कुछ लेके ही जाएंगे जो हमारे स्टेट और देश के लिए काम आएगा। यदि आपके पास एक इनोवेटिव आइडिया है तो CSIR और इसके इंक्यूबेशन प्लेटफॉर्म आपके साथ है, हमारा राज्य भी आपके साथ है बिल्कुल, और हम मिलकर काम करेंगे। और भारत का स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम दुनिया में सबसे तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। आज देश में आपने बताया कि 1,60,000 लाख से ज़्यादा स्टार्टअप है, लगभग 1.25 लाख यहाँ पर स्टार्टअप है। $1 बिलियन का टर्नओवर वाले 100 से ज़्यादा यूनिकॉर्न है। स्टार्टअप द्वारा अब तक IT, सर्विस इंडस्ट्री, हेल्थ केयर और लाइफ साइंस जैसे क्षेत्र में 18-20 लाख से ज़्यादा लोगों को नौकरियां भी मिली है। चाइना के बाद भारत में सबसे अधिक स्टार्टअप उभरे। आपने कहा हम दुनिया में दूसरे नंबर पर हैं, हमें 1 नंबर पे भी आना है, इसलिए इसकी हमें तैयारी करनी है। और मुझे विश्वास है भविष्य में भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्टार्टअप शक्ति बनकर जरूर उभरेगा, ये मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूँ। While concluding my speech, I sincerely thank to CSIR, NCL, CSIR, NIRI, CSIR, NIO for organizing the Startups Conclave 25. This is another strong step towards making India Atmanirbhar and a global superpower. Let's unite to bring this invention, science and technology up to the last person of the society. ये हमें आखिरी, हमारे जो आखिरी घटक जो होता है उस तक ये पहुंचाने का काम हमें करना है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र और भारत माता की, भारत माता की। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for this very insightful and encouraging and inspirational speech. आपके प्रेरणादायी संबोधन से हम सबका हौसला बढ़ता है और आपकी शुभकामनाओं के लिए भी सर बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। यहाँ जितने भी लोग आए हैं उनको आपके आह्वान से बहुत ज़्यादा सामर्थ्य यहाँ प्रदान हुआ है। और अब आपके सत्कार के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर आशीष लेली, डॉक्टर डायरेक्टर NCL को। और अब सत्कार का कार्यक्रम। हमारे साथ तीनों ही डायरेक्टर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, NIO से, NCL से, नीरी से। और हमारे आज के मुख्यमंत्री अतिथि माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी का सत्कार हो रहा है इस वक्त। हम सब के लिए ये गौरव का क्षण है। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के इस क्षेत्र में हम सब के लिए गौरव का विषय, हम सब के लिए आनंद का और हौसलों का ये दिन। और अब मैं वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए बुलाना चाहूँगी डॉक्टर आशीष लेली जी को। वो कृपया धन्यवाद करें आज के हमारे मुख्य अतिथि का भी और हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन भी।
नमस्कार। प्रथम मी महाराष्ट्राचे आपले लाडके उपमुख्यमंत्री एकनाथजी शिंदे यांचा मनापासून त्यांचे आभार व्यक्त करतो की अतिशय वेळात वेळ काढून ते आमच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये आले आणि आम्हाला प्रेरणा दिली, मार्गदर्शन दिलं। खूप खूप धन्यवाद आपला। महाराष्ट्र सरकारचेही मी मनापासून धन्यवाद आभार व्यक्त करतो की महाराष्ट्र इज नॉट ओनली दी primary state in the country to promote startups, but also a country that is looking at the state that is looking forward to growing the startup ecosystem. As the Deputy Chief Minister said, there are many new initiatives that the government is taking to promote and expand the scope of the startup ecosystem in the state. I also want to thank the friends from media who have given extensive coverage to this entire conclave for the last 2 days. We are very grateful to you. Thanks to CSIR entire family, especially all the members from the 3 laboratories for making this program so successful, organizing it so professionally. Want to thank NESCO and all the program coordinators who have worked with us shoulder to shoulder to make this program a great success. And finally, and most importantly, all the entrepreneurs who have come here and spent this time with us and with such enthusiasm you have showcased your technologies here. We are very grateful to you, thankful to you for being part of this entire conclave. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
और अब स्टार्टअप्स के साथ भी जाते जाते थोड़ा इंटरेक्शन होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एक बार फिर, और तालियों के साथ ही अब जबकि हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि यहाँ से अपने गंतव्य की ओर जा रहे हैं, एक बहुत ही अर्थपूर्ण, बहुत ही ज्ञानवर्धक ये सेशन रहा जो इनॉग्रल सेशन था, और तमाम संबोधनों से हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को लगातार यहाँ पर मिल रहा है। और उनके आने से आज की सुबह जो कि दूसरा दिन है स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव का, हमें बहुत बहुत प्रेरणा मिली है किस तरह से पूरे देश में और ख़ासकर महाराष्ट्र में इस स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को कैसे बढ़ावा मिल रहा है। Step by step we are moving ahead and we have a forward looking approach as far as the startup universe is concerned. और अभी कार्यक्रम में बहुत कुछ होना बाकी है, लेकिन स्टार्टअप्स के साथ इस वक्त इंटरेक्शन माननीय उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी हॉल में स्टार्टअप स्टॉल्स को देखेंगे, बातचीत करेंगे। और उसके साथ साथ ही सबका हौसला बढ़ाने की बात, एक सामूहिक प्रयास देश को आगे ले जाने की दिशा में, विकसित भारत के संकल्प को पूरा करने में। और इस समय स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संवाद कर रहे हैं हमारे आज के गणमान्य परम आदरणीय श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी। सपनों को साकार करने की ये कवायद, आगे बढ़ने की, और सभी स्टार्टअप्स आप देख सकते हैं इस समय लाइव स्क्रीन पर। हमारे मीडिया के बंधु लगातार हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं कल से और आज तक। उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जो लगातार इन तस्वीरों को हमारे लिए साझा कर रहे हैं। और अब आगे की जो कार्यवाही होगी उसमें तकनीकी सत्र फिर से शुरू किए जाएंगे और उसका सिलसिला दिन भर चलता रहेगा। An interaction, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, with the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Eknath Shindeji, is going on right now. As all these startups are eager to tell their story, exhibiting their work, their plan, sharing their dreams. And you can see live pictures. I would also request the media persons to support and cooperate with each other so that the live visuals are proper. This two-day CSIR Startup Conclave 2025 in Mumbai has brought together all the stakeholders. So we have the startups, we have the industry, we have the business community, we have the experts here, we have the scientific community, and of course we have the policymakers who are supporting the whole idea. Very thankful to CSIR and very thankful to NIO, NIRI and NCL. स्टार्टअप्स के साथ संवाद जो इस समय जारी है और आप देख सकते हैं इस समय हमारी स्क्रीन्स पर। हमारे बहुत ही वरिष्ठ और अनुभवी वैज्ञानिक और उनकी पूरी टीम जो यहाँ इस वक्त मौजूद है। What is very delightful to see here is this synergy, this convergence, and this idea of coming together, coming with a collective strength of turning your dreams into action, and that's what these startups are doing. विज्ञान और अनुसंधान की ये यात्रा, जिसमें CSIR के हमारे लैब्स ने अपने काम को भी यहाँ दिखाया है। NIO, NCL और नीरी सभी थीम अपने आप में एक शक्ति का परिचायक हैं। ये संवाद जो इस समय चल रहा है एक सार्थक संवाद है, जिसमें सभी स्टार्टअप अपने अपने गतिविधियों के बारे में, काम के बारे में, अपने रोड मैप के बारे में, अपनी रणनीति के बारे में बता रहे हैं। आप में से कुछ लोग स्टार्टअप हॉल्स के पास मौजूद हैं, कुछ लोग स्क्रीन्स पर ये लाइव पिक्चर्स हमारे देख रहे हैं। अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में काम करने वाले ये स्टार्टअप अपने अपने काम के बारे में यहाँ बताते हुए और इसके साथ ही बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। और अब तकनीकी सत्रों की शुरुआत होगी। जैसा कि पहले ही बताया गया है, दिन भर ये होगा। सभी का बहुत बहुत एक बार फिर धन्यवाद आज की इस सुबह के लिए। हमारे मीडिया के साथियों का बहुत धन्यवाद जो लगातार हमारे साथ कल से ही बने हुए हैं और आज भी पूरी तत्परता और उत्साह के साथ इस कार्यक्रम को सफल बनाने के लिए हमारे साथ जुटे हुए हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का आज के इस सुबह के आरंभिक सत्र के लिए। CSIR Startup Conclave 2025 Mumbai, which is a two-day conclave. This is the second day today, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to again welcome you all, request you to participate with full enthusiasm as you have been doing since yesterday. And we really feel truly delighted to have you here in this hall today also. Now our technical session starts, the next one. I would like to call upon the stage Madam Judith once again, who is from NIO, CSIR-NIO, and she's a very senior principal scientist there. Madam Judith.
Thank you, Madam. Welcome back. We just heard some words of encouragement and from our Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and he also spoke on the importance of biotechnology. And so here we know that biotechnology provides the scientific foundation and technological advancements that make microbial bioremediation holds immense promise for the sustainable restoration of our marine environments by harnessing the natural capabilities of microorganisms to degrade and detoxify pollutants. However, the complexities of marine ecosystems and the scale of pollution challenges demand a concerted and interdisciplinary approach. No single entity can tackle this alone. Addressing these challenges effectively requires innovative solutions and, crucially, strong collaborative partnerships. To speak on industry experience and the collaborative pathways between CSIR-NIO and Organica biotech in marine microbial bioremediations, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director of Organica Biotech, who leads the award-winning environmentally conscious company that develops innovative bioremediations and waste management solutions for diverse sectors. Under his leadership, Organica has received accolades such as Swachhatan Award, Scotch Order of Merit, and recognition among India's top SMEs. A committed environmentalist and active member of forums like the Indian Sanitation Coalition and MCCIA's Agricultural Board, Dr. Kamath champions sustainable solutions to protect ecosystems. He contributes to scientific and industry discourse through talks, publications, and community initiatives, including toilet bioremediation at Vaishno Devi. His expertise spans biotechnology, sanitation, sewage treatment, aquatic feed, and natural waste management. I now invite Dr. Kamath to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the very kind introduction. I don't know if I actually deserve this, but the fact is that I'm here primarily because the highlight is our work and collaboration with the NIO. And it is quite challenging because we are not actually, we can't be defined as truly as a startup, though we behave like one. And we have been there long enough to look at the challenges in environmental bioremediation, wherein, right from all stages, right from the innovation, right up to the sales, marketing, and after quality is taken care of by our teams. And what happens is, of course, up till now, our restrictions were primarily at our agents which we have used has been from the soil remediation area. And from the soil remediation area, we have now want to kind of explore going beyond our microbes and metabolic pathways which are outside of the soil. So whenever I talk to, I met Dr. Thakur and I've been to the NIO labs, and I feel like the kid from that Narnia, you open the cupboard and you are in a different world. So that's what happens. And the highlight is I'm looking at active collaboration with the NIO, because NIO is where we
आता खूप स्टार्टअप तर आपला मुंबई महाराष्ट्रामध्ये खूप देशामध्ये महाराष्ट्रात स्टार्टअप जादा आहे आणि याच्यामध्ये जगभरामध्ये देखील आपल्या देशाचा दुसरा क्रमांक आहे, तो एक नंबर आपला आला पाहिजे आणि यासाठी हे सगळे प्रयत्न चालू आहेत. CSIR-ने एक
remediation or with the NIO. Not enough, because we have been at it for several, maybe more than a year now. And we find that even in hydrocarbon remediation, as I discussed with Dr. Thakur, we have those cross-linked stuff which happens in sunlight when you have an oil spill. And then, plasticky balls which are made up of asphaltenes and resins. And we have been challenged by that presence. And we have been trying to look at alternate metabolic pathways to tackle this. And therefore, we are very hopeful of getting agents from NIO. And when it comes to space other than soil or the surface substrates, we really don't have any expertise, and we have absolutely no wherewithal to go into the deep sea and get agents from these places, wherein NIO has really kind of the opportunity for us as people who want to kind of look at challenging bioremediation projects, it has been very, very significant for us that NIO has, we have had the opportunity to actually collaborate with NIO. We have an MOU with them so that we collaborate and find agents that can really kind of address this problem, because there are several square kilometers of agricultural fields that get contaminated with hydrocarbon, and that is one of the first areas that we would like to kind of collaborate with NIO. And then, of course, we have other metabolic pathways for aquaculture remediation, as well as other metabolic secondary metabolites that we are going to explore in the future. So it is, for a company like ours, doing end-to-end becomes very, very challenging. And as you know, I mean, the business part of it is like 90% of the challenge, product stewardship and all that. And but the spark, where right at the starting, where we kind of struggle, such collaborations with the any kind of CSIR labs is going to be of immense help to the industry. And I have been educated outside, and that's how things happen outside. Outside, you have the most of the innovation happens actually in NIH labs. Okay, and you have government institutes and universities which come up with the innovation, and then taking it through the hoops of whatever regulatory and technical requirements that are there, the scale-ups, and all this is taken care of by the industry. So we are actually moving with this towards what the West is doing, okay? And therein lies, I think it's of immense help to the entire industry when we have institutes like this come forward. And, you know, a lot of our initial product market, matching and everything kind of gets taken care of by collaborations such as these. So I'm very, very thankful. And we are all excited about this whole NIO collab. And we hope to find a lot of agents going forward and contribute to the health of the environment. And when I say health of the environment, I also believe that it's public health as well, because the environment, the contamination of environment and food is what causes diseases. Okay, healthcare, as we know it, should be called medical care, and healthcare should be something where our food and our environment are not contaminated. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamath, for sharing your experiences and thoughts. I sincerely hope that this gathering will serve as a catalyst for impactful partnerships that will contribute significantly to the advancement of marine microbial bioremediation and safeguarding our oceans for generations to come. And now I'm delighted to be moderating what promises to be a fascinating and crucial discussion on marine biomanufacturing, bridging science, sustainability, and enterprise. Our oceans, a vast and largely untapped resource, hold immense potential for biomanufacturing, the production of valuable compounds, materials, and energy from marine organisms. This field sits at the exciting intersection of cutting-edge science, the urgent need for sustainable practices, and the dynamic world of enterprise. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from a distinguished panel of experts who are at the forefront of this exciting field. I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to the dais. Dr. Santanu Dasgupta, President of the Bioeconomy Ecosystem at 4N Bio and Bioeconomy Champion at the World Economic Forum, has over 33 years of experience in biotechnology research and leadership. He had led groundbreaking global agri-biotech programs and holds numerous international patents in areas such as pathogen resistance, drought tolerance, algae, and high-value chemicals. He played key roles at Monsanto and Reliance Industries, where he established synthetic biology and algae to oil R&D programs. Dr. Dasgupta is actively involved with several national and international scientific and policy bodies, including Punjab University, INST, CSIR, IGIB, IIT Mumbai, Monash, and CII. He is a fellow of the Society of Life Sciences and honorary professor at Amity University, Maharashtra. I would like to invite Dr. Thakur to present him with a potted plant and welcome him warmly. Thank you. Our next panelist, Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director of Organica Biotech, leads an award-winning environmentally conscious company that develops innovative bioremediation and waste management solutions for diverse sectors. Under his leadership, Organica has received accolades such as the Swachhatan Award, Scotch Order of Merit, and recognition among India's top SMEs. I now invite Dr. Thakur to do the honor, please. Thank you. Our third panelist, Dr. Om Prakash, Deputy Head and Associate Professor at Symbiosis Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, Symbiosis International University, Pune, has over 25 years of experience in anaerobic microbiology, climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, and environmental health. He previously curated the anaerobic facility at NCMR NCCS Pune for 11 years. He currently chairs the ICSP subcommittees on methanogenic archaea UK and is an elected member of the Community Building Committee of the Microbiology Society UK. A recipient of several honors including DST Serve International Grant, INSA Fellowship, and Young Achiever Award from IAS BHU, Dr. Prakash has published over 100 articles with more than 4,400 citations and continues to contribute globally to microbial research and policy. Dr. Thakur, please. Thank you. Our next panelist, Ms. Devleena Bhattacharjee from Climber Crew, Mumbai. She's a data scientist with over 17 years of experience leveraging data to tackle global challenges such as climate resilience and sustainable blue economy practices. She founded Number 8 in 2017 to address climate and food security issues faced by marine fisher folk, earning recognition from the European Space Agency, the UN World Food Programme, and ISRO, ENIC, and ARISE. In 2022, she launched Climber Crew to support seaweed farmers across India by using ocean observation data and marine models for site selection and biomass monitoring. An active advocate for data-driven solutions to climate change and food security, She currently serves as chairperson of the FICCI Fish Tech Subcommittee, fostering cross-sectoral collaborations. Dr. Thakur, kindly welcome our panelist. Thank you. Our next panelist, Dr. Sameer Damre, is a senior principal scientist at CSIR-NIO, specializing in deep-sea microbiology and microbial ecology. His research focuses on deep-sea fungi, extremophiles, and their biotechnological applications, including enzyme production and bioremediation. With extensive experience in exploring microbial diversity in extreme marine environments, Dr. Damre has contributed significantly to the understanding of fungi in oceanic ecosystems. He has published numerous peer-reviewed articles and is actively involved in national and international research collaborations in marine biotechnology. Dr. Thakur, please welcome our panelists. Thank you. So our other panelist is Dr. Nasim Thakur. He's a chemical ecologist. He's the head of the Chemical Oceanography Division at the National Institute of Oceanography, and I've introduced him earlier. I request Dr. Das Gupta to present him with a potted plant. Thank you. So let's dive right in. I will start with Dr. Das Gupta. Perhaps I can start with you, sir. As we are aware that marine microalgae are known to produce a variety of secondary metabolites. From your experience in synthetic biology and bioeconomy, how do you view the role of marine microalgae in developing new high-value products across pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, and sustainable materials?
Hello, can you hear me? I'm audible, right? Yeah, thank you. I mean, interesting question. And I might need about 2-3 days to talk about it. And I know that I don't have. So I'll start with a common sense curiosity. Okay, let's forget about synthetic biology, metabolic pathways, biotechnology. These organisms, microalgae, marine microbiology, cyanobacteria, these guys are there for around 3 billion years. Why? Well, the response I get, well, they made this earth livable, they made it oxygenic, and then what? They're still there. And I strongly believe that everything in nature has a cause. I think those organisms are still there for a time like this. Today's world, as you all know, is with ever-increasing population, is challenged with over-increasing population and then resulting demand for more food, more energy, better nutrition, better environment. And I strongly believe that microalgae and cyanobacteria, if you put them in the same bucket, they provide solutions for almost all of it. I used to work for Reliance, and I must quote this, what Reliance's chairman about a year or two, what he told. He told that the days of our prosperity through fossil fuel at the expense of our planet is over. So we must look for alternate sustainable technologies. And one of the best option for sustainable technologies is most efficiently using photosynthesis, and instead of considering CO2 as a liability, convert CO2 to materials to get energy, food, feed, nutrition, what I was talking about. So again, in summary, microalgae provides you everything. Okay, cosmetics, food, feed, nutrition, energy. Okay, and as I told you that I know that you will not give me that much time, and I'm very passionate and excited about microalgae. But if I get an opportunity, after this, then I'll add some other things and throw some light. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, indeed, this marine microalgae, they have incredible metabolic diversities, and hence are posed as a cornerstone for future bioeconomy, which you have rightly pointed out. So the next question I will pose to Dr. Ganesh Kamath, Director, Organica. We are aware that initiatives of commercially enhancing marine microbial bioremediation solutions comes with its own challenges. So what are the main technical or regulatory challenges you have faced in scaling marine microbial bioremediation solutions commercially?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the marine microbiological agents are, the biggest challenge is that they tend to be very slow growing. And scaling up these agents are, first of all, we are not, like a lab like ours, are not very familiar that, that expertise of marine, handling marine microbiology itself, that needs to be kind of fast-tracked. And on top of that, the biggest challenge is scale up. And also that of even formulation, because typically what happens is, even with the conventional organisms, if we identify 100 which are functional in the lab, it's only 1 or 2 that are good in the field. And that happens because there are several factors, right from their third food source to secondary nutrients to everything, to what pathways they use. So it's like, trying to kind of discover all of this, scale it up, and try to make it commercially viable by having this high, otherwise, you are back to square one. So that's the biggest challenge. And as you asked me for the regulatory challenge, regulatory is all over the place, depending on what your application is. Sometimes lack of regulation is a problem, and sometimes over-regulation is a problem. Over-regulation happens in agriculture, okay, because the government agencies are simply not prepared legally to tackle, products that will come from this, okay. And sometimes you have, like if you go into bioremediation of water, there's virtually no regulation at all. So a lot of riffraff, okay, would want to kind of enter the fray and, may not actually kind of get the required outcomes.
So not only the concerted effort of researchers, industry, and these policy makers is the need of the hour to develop more effective microbial solutions.
Correct.
This is what I got from what you have just now spoken. But we also need to, I think, streamline this regulatory effects, or what are the processes needed, especially when you mentioned about there are no regulatory measures for this water bioremediation. So there is a need for such type of regulatory measures.
Yeah, no, because see, one would argue that there is a lot of ambient organisms as well. Okay, so now if you're going to release an organism, even though it is natural, okay, but there are laws against genetically modified being released, yeah. But even if it's natural, then the question is how effective it is. What is the outcome that is going to come through? You know, some kind of validation by a CSIR lab or a, you know, one of the government agencies is a need of the hour, just so that, you know, the only serious work gets done in this area.
Yes.
Otherwise, there are a lot of these contractor types, you know,
Right,
with
right.
that kind of mindset, which has got a different. The application is done by a contractor versus a scientist. The approach is different.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, even the infrastructure has to be scaled up. So now I will pose a question to Dr. Om Prakash. As he's a marine anaerobic microbiologist, and we know that anaerobic microbiology, it holds immense and yet a largely untapped potential in manufacturing. So how can marine anaerobic microbiology be better integrated into sustainable biomanufacturing, especially for methane and hydrogen production?
Okay. Hello. Working, yeah? It's working? Hello. Yeah. I think it's a very good question. And Dr. Singh already presented in his presentation. And a whole lot of activities of marine microorganism. And we think we discuss a lot about blue biotechnology, blue economy, or bioeconomy. So I think some marine microorganism or any microorganism is the backbone of bioeconomy, or marine microorganism is the backbone of the blue economy. And if you look the concept of in our ancient literatures, the concept of Samudra Manthan, a whole lot of discussion was initiated during the visit of Honorable Minister. And the director of NIO Goa already mentioned that Samudra has Atha Bhandar of the resources. This have immense possibilities. And microbiologically, if I understand, then soil ecosystem is the more explored ecosystem. As a microbiologist, in terms of cultivation, 1 to 10% microbial diversity has been cultured from the soil. But marine ecosystem is still underexplored. If you look the data, it's 0.1 to 1% marine microorganism has been cultivated. As a anaerobic microbiologist, very few person is working in the anaerobic microbiology. And if you think anaerobic microorganism from the marine ecosystem, so I think very less has been cultured. It's not due to difficulty, but technical inefficiency. It's technical challenges of marine microorganism. And they not only marine anaerobic microorganism, they belongs to denitrifier. They belong to the sulfate reducers. They belong to the metal reducers, methanogenic archaea, anoxic methane reducing archaea, and anomox or something different group are the immensely present in the ocean, but they are underexplored. So the challenges, what we are trying to do, a literature I was reading, that whole words culture collection is flourishing by the bead type of organism. What we are cultivating under our laboratory condition, they are bead type of organism. They are generally 1 to 2% of whole ecosystem. So we still not know how valuable organism is present in the ocean, how can we explore them. And now, initially it was considered cultivation is a decline art. It's a depleting art, but it's not. Whole lot of novel cultivation approaches is coming out, and cultivation is the emerging art. We have to focus on that. And in terms of like, it's very well like methanogenic archaea, because I am like chairman of subcommittee of methanogenic archaea, International Committee of Systematics of Prokaryote. So total 11 scientists across the world is participating in that. So methanogenic archaea have immense potential, and like methanogens from the marine ecosystem is underexplored. And how can we, like in carbon capture and utilization technology, we can use methanogens. Methanogens is not only like valuable because they are like producing the methane that is like 28 times more potent greenhouse gas and immensely contributing in the like global climate change. But methane can also be used as like a biogas. So, and methanogenic archaea like hydrogenotrophic methanogens, that is one of the unique class of methanogenic archaea that convert carbon dioxide and take hydrogen and into the methane. So we can also use them into the carbon capture and utilization technology. We can use them for the biogas upgradation. We can use them for the development of bio-CNG. So these are the immense potential. Now I'm coming on the biohydrogen as you asked. Biohydrogen is the like, okay, the immense group of like, I was looking the literature, I was like working on that like dark fermentation. Clostridium is the another group that like used mainly in the dark fermentation, or some like marine bacteria that have been isolated, or archaea has been isolated from the thermal vent. They are immensely contributing in the formation of biogas, biohydrogen from the like using dark fermentation process. So these are some immense resources present in the ocean. We need to like cultivate them, we need to explore them, and we need to study them for the future bioeconomy, for flourish of blue bioeconomy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Well agreed. Yes, the anaerobes, they are fastidious, and also we know very less about the oceans, about 5%. The others is unknown, and so we at NIO, we are doing a lot to understand the ocean.
Yeah, thermal vent is the one of the biggest source of the biomethanation, and Asgard archaea, Betharchiota, these are the like unknown group. They are immensely present in the ocean. So we have to know what is their role in the biogeochemical cycling of the ocean, how they contribute in the bioeconomy.
Yeah, so we hope that these anaerobes will be, sustainable cornerstones for biomanufacturing. Thank you. So the next, Ms. Devlina Bhattacharjee. Madam, satellite data and marine models are revolutionary tools. So what role do satellite data and marine models play in improving biomass yields and risk mitigations for marine farming initiatives like seaweed cultivation?
Thank you for the question. Well, precision agriculture has been being used on lands for the last 20 odd years. We more or less completely understand the role of satellite, role of soil data, measuring soil data, measuring weather data, measuring cropping pattern, using satellite monitoring for land-based farmers. What we are clearly lacking is on the marine applications. And especially for a country like India with the large peninsular coast, as in the east and the west coast, we have multiple different oceanic frontiers. No state in India is similar to the other. Even in the east coast, you move from Gujarat to Maharashtra, the coastal frontiers changes drastically. And similar for across India. So if I have to really grow seaweed or do any kind of marine agriculture planning, I really need to know what is the property of the marine conditions, what is the property of the water, what is the kind of climate I'm facing across the year. Unless and until I'm knowing that and completely be able to understand what is happening today, but also what is forecasted in the next few months, I won't be able to plan my activity. It's like going blind. And I won't be able to also kind of dictate the quality of seaweed that comes from it. So as a company, just a one-liner, we are Climber Crew. We start with satellite-based monitoring of oceanic conditions. And ma'am, what we do when we say oceanic conditions, we study multiple different marine parameters, say of pH, dissolved oxygen, salinity, water temperatures, the wave height, the tidal amplitude, and also various other climate, your biophysical and biochemical parameters, which more or less tells us what kind of seaweed can you grow. The multiple varieties of seaweed. It's not a single strain, right? Can I grow Cuppophycus? Can I grow ulva? So that is something that really, comes out of this analysis. Second of all, what are the seasonality? If I have to grow in Gujarat, there's a different season. If I have to grow in Tamil Nadu, it's a different season. What is the seasonality? Third, very important is, do I grow it in bamboo rafts? Do I grow it in any other marine resilient models? This is very important to know whether we can use a raft in the given oceanic conditions. If I don't know that, then I have a very high wave and my rafts won't sustain. So these are very important parameters to really take the call of where to go, when to grow, how to grow it. And coming to biomass, your second half of the question, there is a kind of seaweed that we cultivate, and there's a kind of seaweed that we can harvest, which the ocean gives us naturally, but typically sargassum is the seaweed. Even for harvesting, what we are doing as of today, my team and my GIS scientists are currently using satellite data to really monitor the floating cultivation of sargassum in the high seas. I can use the spectral signature of sargassum to identify where it is coming in, so that I can send my team or send my field collection agents to that part of the ocean or to that part of the shore. So definitely helps us in reducing our operation costs, helps us in optimizing our operational efficiencies, and also to be able to collect a livelihood, train the farmers better in the overall your production and overall quality of yield. Thank you.
Well appreciated. So you're helping the farmers by sharing the data which you obtain. Thank you. So my next question goes to Dr. Samir. With so much of, this deep ocean mission spearheaded by MOES, and the fact that extremophilic research is rapidly expanding. So what is the current frontier in deep sea extremophilic research that shows potential for novel marine-derived industrial enzymes?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Yeah, we have been hearing a lot about blue economy and deep ocean mission. A lot of funds are being put up by government. But then people think, why do we really need to go to the oceans when we have things around? As my previous panelist also said, we know much less about the oceans. I always say we know a lot of stuff about space than we know of the oceans. Because there are still organisms, many, which are not yet discovered, not yet described. When we go for this sampling expedition, sometimes we get the organisms which are very close, similar to the ones which are found on the terrestrial lands, but then the biomolecules, what you heard Dr. Thakur also talking some time back, produced are very, different than what we get in the land. And there are many enzymes which we can give examples at slots. I can quote a few from NIO itself which we have been working on. Like one of them is about the cold loving or cold acting enzymes which could have tremendous applications in biotechnology as well as industry. Like one of them is in the detergents. You see these advertisements on TV about all those colors or those crystals in the detergent powders. They are nothing but the enzymes which are helping you to wash away. It could be a protease, it could be a lipase, which are ultimately helping you to de-stain the clothes. Like even the blood stains could be removed from this. The second ones are again going to the other extreme, from cold to the hot. Like when you hear about the hydrothermal vents, which is having a hot, you have enzymes which could be working or active at the hot temperatures. So these also have good applications in the food industries or in the pepper industries or in some kinds of bioremediations. So there are many these kind of undiscovered biomolecules which are still being discovered through these different projects or the missions, which we need to explore further and help the industry to get into the new molecules for their applications. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Samir. Very true what you said. These extreme environments, they provide a resource of bioactive compounds which will help in bioeconomy. I wish to pose one more question to Dr. Das Gupta. See, as we see that India is uniquely positioned to become a global leader in marine biomanufacturing, given its vast coastline, and now that is redefined to about 11,000 kilometers, its rich marine biodiversity and a flourishing biotechnology sector, how can India build a cohesive marine bioeconomy framework that supports the entire innovation pipeline, from R&D and policy to commercialization for marine biomanufacturing?
Now, if I could hear you well, you are talking about framework and everyone is talking about framework. So I'll make it little simple. See, as bio-driven innovation, all of you would agree, is reshaping and getting ready to rule the world we live in, okay? But at the same time, there are many, many challenges we face. And unless or until we recognize, understand, appreciate those challenges, we cannot really write a great framework, meaningful framework for not just marine biomanufacturing, anything on bioeconomy. If you give me 2-3 minutes, I just wanted to list out so that it would be, if anybody is listening in their audience, they can also take the note. Everybody talks about it, but it's very, very important. Dr. Thakur also mentioned, number one is scale up. Okay. Now, scale up is a significant challenge for us. Now, in India, with an excellent innovation ecosystem, okay, with our, top-notch national institutes like, NIO, NIRI, NCL are here. Then go to Institute for Life Science in Bhubaneswar, 7 to 10,000 kilometers of coastline. We are doing great, okay? From conceptualization to lab prototype to pre-pilot to pilot. So maybe technology readiness level up to even 6, and we get stuck there. Now the question is why? And let's not tell that, I'm going to do it up to here and industry will, come and do it. Industry also is facing the same challenges. Okay, I'm talking about biology industry. So I identify what we are lacking. Okay, we lack skills. We lack training for scale up. We lack infrastructure. We lack funding. For scale up, it needs funding. Take the example of algae. A lot of people talks about algae oil. Just to the next scale to go, you have to you need $1 billion to scale up. Okay, so that's number one. That scale up is one. Second is people touched about regulatory, but in regulatory I'll touch little bit on on little different regulatory is about biodiversity. Biodiversity Act. All of you know there are lots of problems. Many of the deliberations we have done, and it kind of resolved a little bit. But how many of you are seriously thinking about DSI, digital sequence information? So from maybe next month onwards, any sequence you take, okay, from let's say that organism is in the US or in Africa or somewhere, okay, you are not allowed to do it. So how do you do your innovation? So these are very, very important. One has to work. Now our regulatory system, even FSSAI, I'm talking about algae, I'm pushing, I'm telling algae could be one of the best food, alternate protein. Are we ready for it? So where is the welcoming, taking one step forward that algae is offering all these things? Okay, can we make the regulatory today so that any industry or any startup comes and tells you this is my product and our regulatory is ready? Third one, madam, stop me whenever you want to stop us. These are the challenges I faced all through my life, and I wanted to tell you. This is about geopolitical. Okay, now trades and tariffs, bilateral and multilateral political relationships, subsidies, export restrictions. You as a scientist may feel, these are nothing to do with us. But that stops me to do cross-border, not terrorism, cross-border collaborations. Okay. So when we make a framework, we have to keep this in mind. Indigenous manufacturing. During COVID time, we have realized, I don't make an ATP. I don't make a simple kit. So unless or until those base biological molecule and kits and reagents and DNA reading and writing, we do it in India, it's really, really difficult for us to move in biology for the next step. We talk about advanced biology, right? Now it's no more advanced biology. Now it's converging technologies. Now it's deep tech biotechnology. It's about AI, it's about automation, it's about quantum computing. Are we progressing together? Probably not. So that's one. I'll stop, madam. Maybe one more, 30 seconds. Now, hype versus reality. Okay. Let's not do any hype in biology that, it's going to give all the solutions. Be real and do backward integration. Go to the places and see what is there in algae, what is required by the industry, by the society, that product, and work towards that product. Okay, that's one. Now, mindset. We have to change the mindset of the people, including our bureaucrats and ministers and in government. Okay, that unless or until that mindset change, whatever framework you make, it will never work. I had few other points, but I think I'm taking too much time. But these are the pain I suffered. I wanted to make sure that people keep this practical pain in their mind when they chalk out their plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you for providing a deep understanding on the issue. Now we will take the last question to Dr. Thakur, who will provide his thoughts on marine biomanufacturing.
Thank you, Dr. Judith. I'm going to summarize this particular technical session, which is marine biomanufacturing. Just now we heard from the experts. There are 4 experts we have invited from industries and academia. Just now Dr. Shantanu mentioned, because he worked in Reliance for almost 30 years, so he knows that how difficult it is from idea to scale up and further commercialization. Thank you, Dr. Shantanu, for highlighting some of the important issues in this. Then Dr. Ganesh Kamath, he also talked to us about the collaborative work with the institute as well as his company's work in bioremediation. Thank you, Dr. Kamath, and we are looking forward for collaboration. Dr. Debolina, she is helping farmers, especially seaweed farmers, by providing the data, and her company is also involved in culturing of seaweed and then commercialization of the product, seaweed-based product. Dr. Om Prakash, who is from Symbiosis, academician and doing a lot of work in biogeochemistry, and especially is working in anaerobic fermentation. That is one area where you have a lot of microbes, anaerobic microbes, which we are not cultivating. We are focusing only on aerobic microbes, but anaerobic microbes are very much important for all these biotechnology and biomanufacturing applications. And finally, Dr. Samir, who is involved in deep sea microbiology, working on deep sea microbes, their cultures, and then further bioprospecting of deep sea microbes. So thank you, Dr. Samir. And our moderator, Dr. Judith, she is also leading a group who is working on cold ship microbes, deep sea microbes for a lot of ecological studies as well as bioprospecting application. Thank you, Dr. Judith. So with this, we are concluding this session. So we have marine microbes, seaweeds, microalgae, invertebrates, vertebrates, so many marine living resources for biotechnology and further biomanufacturing. If you have any question, any personal discussion, our scientists are available at our NIO stall. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Thakur. I would like to thank each panelist for sharing your experience, your thoughts, and spending time with us and giving a lot of knowledge to our audience. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Hello, hello. So now I would request Dr. Darokar, who is CEO of our Innovation Center, Mumbai, CSIR Innovation Center, to honor our panelists. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I request everybody to please join us for lunch. Those who have not registered, please collect coupons from the registration desk. Please join us for lunch. We'll reassemble at 1:45 p.m. We will reassemble at 1:45 p.m. please. Kindly finish your lunch and please be back by 1:45. Thank you so much.
Moon? Yes. Here we are. Hope you all had a sumptuous lunch right now, and we are now beginning again post lunch. We need to gather, we need to finish our lunch as soon as possible and come back, because this is a very, very important 2-day CSIR Startup Conclave 2025 happening in Mumbai. And we have had a very, very meaningful session in the morning as well. We want to continue that spirit, that enthusiasm, that energy, that vibrant energy that we have seen yesterday as well. And today we've also begun very well, I'm sure. पर आप लोगों से अब एक गुजारिश है कि आप जल्दी से अब हॉल के अंदर आ जाएं, अपनी सीट आप ग्रहण कर लें, ताकि कार्यक्रम का अगला भाग, और जो कि उसमें भी बहुत सारे हमारे महत्वपूर्ण सत्र हैं, तकनीकी सत्र हैं, हम उनकी शुरुआत कर पाएं। आप सब लोगों से, खासकर मैं अपने सपोर्ट स्टाफ से, अपने वॉलंटियर्स से, ऑल टीम मेंबर्स आर रिक्वेस्टेड to bring them in inside the hall so that you can take your respective seats and so that we can begin our post-lunch session shortly. The sooner we begin, the sooner we'll finish the program as well. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि अब हम जल्दी हॉल में एकत्रित हो जाएं. As you know that since yesterday, we all have been participating and we have shown our collective strength and endeavor to give an accelerated momentum to the startup ecosystem, which is happening in our country. We have wished all the startups who are participating here, and even all those who are not participating, all the very best. Whatever dreams they have, they should walk on their dreams and make them come true. May their dreams be turning into realities for action, for success. And as we say, sky is the limit. तो आकाश को छूने की जो आपकी तमन्ना है वो आगे जाए, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं। और हम साथ ही आप सबसे एक बार फिर विनम्र विनती, विनम्र निवेदन, गुजारिश करते हैं कि आप हॉल के अंदर अब आ जाएं। लंच आप अब जल्दी ख़त्म करें और हॉल में एकत्रित हों so that we can start the session soon. We have more interesting sessions lined up, more dignitaries also to be joining in, so we need to collect. अगर हम एक हॉल में, पीछे के हॉल में भी अगर हम एक announcement कर दें, one of our team members who can announce where the lunch is going on, that now we are beginning the session. If you can hear me, of course, then my request, or humble request, is to please gather inside the hall and take your seats. एक बार हम अपने उन साथियों को जो इस वक्त भोजन कर रहे हैं उनसे एक बार फिर से गुजारिश करते हैं कि वो जल्दी से जल्दी अब हॉल में आ जाएं ताकि हम अगले सत्र की शुरुआत कर पाएं। आपकी उपस्थिति जब इस हॉल में होती है तो एक नई ऊर्जा आती है और हमारे सत्र या हमारे जितने अनुभवी साथी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, to share their expertise here with all of you, they feel also very emboldened once you are all present inside the hall. So I may request very, very humbly that you should all gather inside the hall. एक सूचना, अगर हम पीछे हॉल में जहाँ भोजन कक्ष है वहाँ हमारे कोई वॉलंटियर, हमारे साथी एक सूचना वहाँ पर और दे दें कि हम यहाँ एकत्रित हो रहे हैं, लंच ब्रेक अब खत्म होने वाला है। All the startups are also requested to please come back. Thank you so much once again to all our friends, all the dignitaries who've joined in, all the invited guests, all the startups, all our media friends, all the volunteers who are working here, and all the support staff who are working from the center, all the personnel from security, to those who are helping us in having all the other arrangements, our food. We thank all of you for showing your energy and enthusiasm, in being here.
The forest department, because they have an interest to reduce the deforestation, to all the CSR, like we have our partner Glenmark Foundation, who has allocated close to 11 crore rupees for almost more than 1 lakh household to be provided this thing. So again, a simple, very simple product which can be fabricated under a normal workshop, and we are going to support you as a hand-holding partner for this. So this is another thing which is displayed there, and I myself is involved in this. So please don't hesitate to talk to us about anything. The last product, as I would like to really praise my institute, wherein we are working on the rural technologies right from the chulhas and cook stove to pretty high-tech, wherein we are using the drone and the sensor and AI/ML for environmental applications. It's the NERI which for the first time realized the importance of this, and what you can do is there's no limit. Sky is the limit. Starting from the vertical air profiling to water sampling to water monitoring at the very difficult to access zones to going to the waste dump and trying to identify the emissions, which are also one of the causes of the climate change. So in collaboration with other labs of CSIR and our own like innovators like Dr. Piyush Kokate, who is here, we have developed these couple of options. Now you will be wondering that the drones and sensors are available in the market, then what is so great about it? Well, it requires a domain knowledge, as our director has mentioned and Dr. Sunita has mentioned. We have 6 decades of environmental experience. So we need a knowledge of air quality, air quality measurement, so as the water quality measurement, and there we help. Now, this is one product called Nirikshan, which is equipped with the Make in India drone, which is developed by our own lab, National Aerospace Laboratory. Sensors are there, and we have optimized the whole thing that it becomes more or less the flying air quality monitoring lab. It can go anywhere, not only monitor the sample, for certain reason, for certain causes, we also need to collect the sample. So we can trigger remotely, it will bring the air sample for your analysis by using the gold standard techniques. This is one very popular applications, and the device is available. The next one is for the water. Now you can imagine that it's easy to fly the drone, collect the water. It can go and, like the on-spot provide you remotely some water quality data, and rest you can do that. We are doing so much of river quality monitoring, lake monitoring, even for that matter, we are going to use it for river quality monitoring also. The next one, this is at almost TRL 4 to 6, I would say. But even at that, this moment, we would like to have partnership with the industry, with the startup, and we can very well discuss the immense possibility which is available through this drone sensor, and we have a couple of algorithms already in place which offers you a lot of flexibility and automation as far as both air quality sampling, water sampling is concerned. Next. Yeah, so these are the 2 things which we have also demonstrated in the stall, and these are some of the data we collected even during the Diwali, wherein so far there was no vertical profiling reported. But if you look at the Mumbai, we are growing vertical. 40 floors, 60 floors are common, while most of the air quality measurements are at the ground level. So this is for the first time we are getting the vertical profiling data. So I'll stop here, and by the time the next speaker come, I would like to request to just push that and play a 50-second video, which will give you a glimpse of how does it work, especially the water sampling. And thank you so much for your kind attention, and I repeat that we are available here throughout the day and of course beyond that. Can we have audio? Everything is remotely controlled, and now this is NL drone, and specially designed sampler by us.
Can collect the water sample to way include critical track set. Water quality assessment as well as for any specific needs like, for example, pollution disaster-related sampling studies.
By the time it is collecting the sample, you already have a lot of data on your laptop. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the technologies developed by CSIR-NIO for societal benefits, having wide application in rural areas to developing urban environmental quality monitoring techniques. I now request our second speaker, Dr. Mahendra Patil, Chief Scientist and Chair of Vertical Waste Management, to deliver his talk on technological interventions in waste management. He has over 25 years of experience in this field of solid waste management. I request you to, sir, please.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am going to share the contributions made by our institute CSIR-NIO in providing technological interventions for various waste management problems. Okay. Next slide, please. Just before that. Next slide. Yeah, this one, okay. So as we all know, any activity, whether it is an industrial activity, whether it is a domestic activity or commercial activity, where we provide some kind of input in terms of raw material, energy, utility, and in the process we generate some product, energy, or we get some services. So in this process we have air emissions, we also have wastewater generation, and we have multiple waste which are generated. So our institute has been dealing with the waste management for past 4 to 5 decades, and we are providing technological solutions to various clients, that is industries, regulatory agencies, municipal corporations, and society also. Next, please. So before we talk about sustainable technological interventions or solutions for various waste management problems, we first need to understand what are the challenges, that is technical challenges, environmental challenges associated with the waste management system. So in this case, we have 3 categories of challenges. First one is the challenge posed by unscientific historical waste management practices. We all know our waste management rules came very late, in almost in late 1980s. Before that, we didn't have any regulation. So second is challenge posed by the present waste management systems. Whether we have adequate capacity of our waste management systems, what are the issues we are facing with respect to our present waste management practice, and also the challenges posed by the waste characteristics and the waste character and the treatment systems. Next, please. So the challenges posed by unscientific historical waste management practice, as we all know, our first regulation on waste management, it was notified in 1989. Before 1989, we didn't have any regulation. So whatever waste were generated by the industries, whatever the waste generated by our municipal corporations, they used to get dumped on open land. So this resulted in open dumping of the waste generated by industries, municipal corporations. So as of now, because of such unscientific disposal, right now we have almost 300 hazardous waste contaminated sites scattered throughout the country. We also have more than 3,000 municipal solid waste dumps scattered and they're located in the outskirts of various cities. So all such dumps, they are occupying thousands of hectares of precious land. And all these dumps, whether it is hazardous waste dump, whether they're municipal solid waste dumps, they are slowly releasing the hazardous contaminants present in this waste, and they're contaminating air resources, soil, water, and surface water. Next. These are some of the real life examples of the contamination which has occurred due to unscientific past waste disposal activities. Every now and then in newspaper we are seeing there's a fire at municipal solid waste dumps. There's a fire at hazardous waste storage areas. You can see some of the pictures there. In the groundwater, you can see there you can see the color of the groundwater. This is from acid manufacturing industry. On the top, there is a picture of surface water contamination that is indicating contamination due to dumping of chromium bearing waste. The yellow color is due to very high concentration of hexavalent chromium. It's more than 200 milligram per liter of hexavalent chromium. And also, since we are disposing of such waste directly on the soil, we are losing soil fertility, and it is again releasing contaminants to the groundwater. Next. With respect to our present waste management systems, if we look at the hazardous waste, we generate almost 12 million tons of hazardous waste, out of which only 61% is getting reused or recycled, and almost 21% of the waste still goes for land disposal. As far as municipal solid waste is concerned, we generate 58 million metric tons of solid waste, out of which only 50% is treated or processed, and 31% is unaccounted. That means we are still having unscientific dumping of this waste. Similar is for biomedical waste. Similar case is for e-waste, plastic waste, fly ash. We are having many power plants. They are generating huge quantities of fly ash. So now we are utilizing some of the fly ash, but the whatever quantity we are generating, we are not able to utilize the entire quantity of the fly ash. So a lot of fly ash is still getting dumped or disposed of on land. The major issue here with the present waste management practice is that we are still dealing with end of the pipe treatment. Like once the waste is generated, then we are going for the treatment. There are very minimum efforts still on waste minimization activities. So huge areas are still occupied by this kind of waste, and there are severe environmental impacts due to unscientific disposal of waste, which results in air pollution, surface water pollution, soil pollution, and groundwater pollution. Next. Challenges associated with the waste treatment, as we all know, the solid waste, these are more complex in nature, and they are heterogeneous in nature. For example, municipal solid waste. Municipal solid waste contains paper, plastic, glass, metal, leather, and organics. Almost it can have 10 to 15 different fractions. So because of the heterogeneous nature of the waste, usually we don't have the single treatment system. We have to go for a combination of multiple treatment systems. Like we need to segregate the waste, we need to go for processing the dry waste, and then we need to go for processing the organic waste. We can generate biogas. Similar is the case for hazardous waste also. Hazardous waste consists of organics, inorganics, and metal. So again, we don't have the single treatment system for such waste because of the heterogeneous nature of this waste. Second major issue with the waste is these waste are static in nature. Like for example, air pollution or water. Once the pollutants are released in the atmosphere, they quickly get dispersed. But with respect to solid waste, it doesn't get dispersed quickly. It remains at the site for many years. There are many sites, for example, hazardous waste site, where the hazardous waste has been disposed of for almost 30-40 years. And they're still releasing the hazardous contaminants present in this waste, and they're contaminating surface water, groundwater, and soil. Another issue is we don't have a single regulation. For example, for air, we have a single regulation. For water, wastewater, we have a single regulation. But for solid waste, there are multiple regulations. We have regulations for hazardous waste. We have regulations for domestic municipal solid waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, fly ash. So every regulations, there are different criteria and different guidelines. So that is one of the major major challenge to understand all these regulations and implement those regulations for sustainable waste management. Next. So what is the way forward for sustainable waste management? The first option for waste management should be, we should avoid generation of the waste. So we can avoid generation of the waste by switching over to a cleaner and greener technologies. Lot of research, lot of efforts are being made, lot of technologies are already available, alternate technologies are available where we can avoid the waste generation. We can also go for waste minimization by adopting process modifications. We can go for good quality raw materials, and even with good housekeeping practices, we can minimize the waste generation. And whatever waste is still generated, we need to look for any options for reuse or recovery of this recovery of the value-added materials present in this waste. So all the three options, they contribute to the circular economy. Lot of efforts are being made by Government of India on circular economy, and a lot of activities are already happening. There are many startups already coming up in this area. So, and whatever the waste are still remaining, we need to treat and dispose of in a secure landfill, either in secure landfill or through incineration. Next. So, as I told you, NIRI has been working in this area for past 4 or 5 decades, and we understand all these challenges associated with the waste management systems, and we have done many projects with the industries, and I would like to share some of the success stories which we have done in the past. Next. This project is related to immobilization of arsenic waste. There was one industry in Goa, Zuari Industries. They generated almost 600 cubic meter of arsenic waste in their process. The concentration of arsenic in the waste is almost up to 10%. So they were not knowing what to do with this waste. They kept on storing the waste for almost 30 years. Then they approached us. We developed a technology for this waste. Technology consists of waste treatment, stabilization, and containment. And this technology was recently implemented by the industry under 100% supervision of us. And the entire 600 cubic meter of the waste containing up to 10% arsenic was successfully treated and disposed of. Next. Right now, we are doing one full-scale hazardous, full-scale remediation of a mercury-contaminated site at Hindustan Unilever, Kodaikanal. Hindustan Unilever, they are manufacturing mercury-based thermometer at their Kodaikanal factory from 1980s to year 2000. So during this process, a lot of mercury was released to the environment. So this mercury got settled in the vicinity of the industry and contaminated soil. So NIRI carried out this full-scale remediation, and NIRI developed the technology, site-specific technology for remediation of mercury. Again, it took almost 15 years for us to successfully remediate the area. Not because of the technological issues, but mostly because of some legal complications, legal issues. So technology consists of soil washing and thermal retorting. So the contaminated soil containing up to 5,000 milligrams of mercury per kg, it was excavated. It was then treated through soil washing technology, and it was a combination of soil washing and thermal retorting technology. And in the last month itself, we have completed 100% remediation of the entire area. Out of 20 acres area, almost 3 acres of area was contaminated in terms of mercury. So we have successfully remediated these 3 acres of contaminated area. You can see some of the pictures in the sequence. We are also working as an expert advisory agency to government of Goa. So previously there were many legacy-based dumps in the state of Goa. So we have helped them to just remediate this legacy-based dumps, and based on the technological suggestions, based on the technological expertise provided by NIRI, Government of Goa has established two municipal solid waste plants of capacity 250 metric tons per day and 100 tons capacity per day. So it is an integrated municipal solid waste management plan. It consists of two different sections. One is dry waste processing, where the segregated dry waste is separated into 10 different fractions, and all the fractions are getting recycled. And the second fraction, that is wet waste, is converted to biogas, and biogas is utilized for generation of the electricity. So practically there is no waste which is going to the landfill. So almost whatever waste is being processed, either it is getting recycled or it is utilized for producing electricity. Next, please. We have also developed one eco-regeneration technology which is useful for remediating and reclaiming the fly ash dumps. So we have carried out this reclamation projects almost at 10 sites of power plant, and almost 400 hectares of area has already been successfully rejuvenated with almost 5.6 lakh plant species. This helps in mitigating the dust, which is a major problem for many of the power plants, and it can help sequester 13.34 tons of CO2 per hectare per year. It generates 24.6 tons of biomass per hectare and releases 32 tons of oxygen per hectare. Obviously, it increases the fertility of the soil, which is already degraded or which is covered by the waste material, and it helps in developing and conserving the biodiversity. Next. Okay. With respect to wastewater, we have also developed the compact upflow, compact constructed wetlands. It is already displayed at the exhibition at our stall. Anybody interested, they can visit and they can see. So this is upflow compacted constructed wetland. This is basically the decentralized sewage treatment system. We all know we generate almost 72,000 million liters of sewage, out of which maybe 30–40% of the sewage is getting treated, and rest of the sewage it finds its way to our water bodies. So this decentralized system can help in treating the sewage which we are not able to collect and treat in a centralized sewage treatment plant. Next, please. Okay, so some of these technologies are site-specific technologies, and some of the technologies are general technology. Anybody interested, they can have discussions with us. They can visit our stall, and some of the technologies can also be licensed. So with this, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You have aptly highlighted the technological interventions by CSIR-NIO for the industry and for the benefit of society as well. May I now request the third speaker of this session, Dr. Rajesh Binniwale, Chief Scientist and Co-Chair of Vertical Sustainable Environmental Processes and Founder Director of the Ecologic Science Technique India Private Limited. He will be speaking on scalable chemo-bio-environmental remediation processes. I request him to take the podium. A humble request to all the speakers due to paucity of time, we may restrict to the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. And as director directed, I will be not sticking to time. I will be saving the time. Okay. So very fast, I'm talking about the few technologies which are at the different TRL levels. Some of them are the proof of concept, some of them are the very high level development already occurred, and all are available for industry to take up. Okay, and as my introduction says, I also run a company. Therefore, I do definitely know what entrepreneurs are or the startups are looking at, and I am ready to travel the last mile with them. Next slide, please. Yeah, the first technology which is there in the NIRI, which is today's buzzword, is the hydrogen. There are two different gaseous molecules which are very important in the today's context. One is hydrogen, another is carbon dioxide. The hydrogen, which is having lot of hydrogen generation, hydrogen transportation, hydrogen utilization, such kind of aspects and challenges to cover for this dream to become a reality, that the hydrogen is a mass fuel. So in that case, the technology which we developed is a catalytic reaction pair of hydrogenation and dehydrogenation, which are of the cyclic compounds, cyclic organic compounds, which is all depicted on the screen at your right hand side. So at the hydrogenation facility, you hydrogenate something which is something like a toluene to methyl cyclohexane, which carries 3 molecules of hydrogen. And at the other side, point A to point B, you travel as a methyl cyclohexane, and other side, you dehydrogenate it. The advantages, next slide. The advantages are like this. One is, if you compare with other hydrogen storage devices and the methods, you definitely have a very high advantage in terms of gravimetric and volumetric capacity. Therefore, worth doing. And the second value proposition is, you actually get the hydrogen which is free from carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide. That is very important because 99.95% pure hydrogen is essential for PM fuel cell applications. This you can add another 99.999 you can get. So that is what is the hydrogen purity you can get. So this is definitely a technology which is of the interest for those who are trying to transport hydrogen from point A to point B. Next slide, please. And technology readiness level is, we have demonstrated up to 1 normal meter cube per hour of a demonstration plant at our place, integrated with the PM fuel cell, which was a device which we brought from the outside. That PM fuel cell we did not develop, but then it works very well with that integration we have done. Entire process management is done. This is very internationally patented. We have a granted patent of US, Europe, and 7 other countries, as well as India definitely. Therefore, this is a well patented technology, and then it can be used internationally. The one more advantage which I would like to specify here is, as the distance between point A and point B increases, the transportation of hydrogen becomes economical and more economical in this case. It can be intercontinental as well. Next slide, please. Now I am talking about the next molecule, which is CO2, and a lot of people are working on the CCUS application, and another colleague would be specifically talking on those aspects. But here only one thing which is happening in my vertical in NIRI is we have developed a biomolecule which will replace the amines which currently CO2 capture on an industrial scale is done by 25% aqueous solution of amine, and that's the only method which is being used today. And as you compare that, I don't know, but the chemical engineers will appreciate there is a breakthrough curve over there which tells that the efficiency of a biomolecule to capture carbon dioxide is almost double than the amine as compared to. So we compared it with the amine. This technology is at the proof of concept level, and need to have partners because a lot of investment would be required to take up this further. And of course, not only the investment, but the industrial willingness to give the CO2 stream to examine into the real field, that is an important aspect of it. So I invite, if you are interested in this, we would like to have join hand with those who have the boilers at their place. Next slide. Now this is something which is, I am moving to my colleagues who are doing biological things. There are a lot of, in the municipal area, there are a lot of slaughterhouses also. And this slaughterhouse waste is really a nuisance and is a headache to the municipal corporations and ULBs around. At the end of the day also, there are some other aspects like feeder, which is coming from some of the animal meat market. And here we have developed a technology which can definitely take this kind of waste which are very difficult otherwise, but they have high levels of proteins and then they can be used for some other purposes. And this is something, this package is for the poultry waste as well as slaughterhouse waste. We have this technology which is effectively converting and kind of getting keraticeous material out of this waste. Next slide, please. Okay, this is a very typical situation. Everybody of us knows biogas, which can be generated from the kitchen waste, cooked and uncooked food. Whereas Patil was involved into that, and then one of my other colleague, Anshuman, who is currently in my vertical, has been involved into this. What is value addition done over here is, we have segregated the processes which are occurring during the biomethanation process. Two processes everybody knows. There are acid formation by acidogenic bacteria and then methanation by methogenic bacteria. But there could be divided into 4 or 5 stages, and different bacteria prevailing at different conditions, and therefore they act more efficiently, and therefore the increase in the total efficiency, increase in the biogas formation. Next slide, please. So this is enzymatic cocktail for saccharification. I am not going to go into the detail for the time. Next, because I want to show on a rural one thing. Next slide, please. Before going to the rural one, this is one more thing which is anti-biofouling agent, which is very important for ROs. ROs are very common in these days, and particularly industrial level ROs are very common, where you have a lot of applications and a lot of even MLD level plants are existing. And these RO membranes are very prone to fouling, and this what we have developed is a kind of if you have a coating of this vanillin molecule, then you have definitely the anti-fouling properties to the membrane. Membrane will last longer, and therefore fouling rates, as you compare, there is a graph comparison over there, fouling is delayed almost 3 times than as normal. Next slide, please. Very simple and small technology also we have. We have a citrus food waste, and that like oranges or the lemons, and then from there some acid treatment is given, saffronification is there, and then you can create a small strips out of it. This is very good for the rural thing, and where a self-help whole group can help in this, and this can go into the very if somebody is trying to do at the rural level very small things, then this can happen. Next slide, please. If I think before going to this Ecologic Science Technique India Private Limited, I missed one point during my hydrogen thing, that the hydrogen has a catalyst which is supposed to be a strong, selective, and the durability of the catalyst has to be very high. And that's what the NIRI has actually achieved while entire 15 years of the research gone into it. So one of the challenge which might be the industry may be having kind of a looking at one of the challenge or limitation, but that limitation has already been taken care of. Our catalyst has been tested for its extraordinary selectivity and good durability. From NIRI, there are not many startups. This is the only startup currently NIRI has, which is even lost its startup status because 10 years has been completed. Since 2014, Ecologic Science Technique India Private Limited is working on initiating with the technologies taken from NIRI, particularly constructed wetland technology. We have taken it to the field, and the value addition as a startup we have done it is a upscaling of the technology itself. So we are one of the very few who has done the 20 MLD plant on the constructed wetland. Nobody does this kind of thing, and probably only 3 people, including us, has done in the world of that capacity. So we are among the first 3 in the world for the constructed wetland technologies as far as scale is concerned. We have also done lake rejuvenation, and of course Nitin is my age-old colleague, joined same month in the NIRI, last 30 years last. So how can I leave his smokeless chula out? So I am also doing the smokeless chula, but Whatever we have done as a smokeless chula, Nitin, let me tell you, we have done it as a charity. We have not sold it, we have distributed it. Fabricated by taking the technology and then distributed it. Thank you very much for giving me this time. And Sunita, I think I have saved some time.
Absolutely, Dr. Rajesh. Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the remediation through scaling chemo bioenvironmental processes and also giving input and insight on the entrepreneurship as well. Now, let me welcome the next speaker, Dr. R.J. Krupadam, Chief Scientist and Co-Chair of Vertical Environmental Impact Assessment Audit Planning and Sub-Vertical in charge of Climate Change and Green Materials Division, to present on climate change research CCUS activities of CSIR-NIO. Over to you, Dr. Krupadam.
So good afternoon, everybody who are sitting here. The climate change is one of the biggest topic, and given me 5 minutes, so I try to wind up what NIRI is doing. Climate change is in CSIR NIRI is sponsored by DST under its program called as a Center for Excellence. So NIRI is the only organization having 2 DST centers in India. So one center which we do the inventorization and modeling and impact assessment, and in another center we are doing a research work related to CCUS. So these 2 centers are now working, and they are quite new, and we started some work on this, and I will show few of the slides which we are related to our work. And the second one is, we have recently, from 2019 onwards, we developed a green fireworks. They are also called as a low emission firecrackers, and where formulations were modified and reduced the pollution reduction up to 30% as compared to the conventional firecrackers. So these 2 activities I am going to present here. Those who are interested can approach the CSIR NIRI for any assistance or technical collaboration and other things. So now I made climate research activities into the following 4 areas. One is, I already told that, inventorization. So India is not having a inventorization for the certain greenhouse gases, particularly methane and N2O. We are having an inventorization for the carbon dioxide. So here also there are many issues related to most of the data reported in the inventorization process is the secondary data. So we started a work related to making certain primary database inventorization. And the modeling is, we taken 2 case studies. One is in Vidarbha is a region where we are having a more thermal power stations. If you believe, Vidarbha region produces 50 to 60% of thermal power requirement of Maharashtra state. So by considering this sensitivity, we consider to model the climate change in the microclimate change in the Vidarbha region, and we are taken this activity as a case study. Once we made a primary data and modeling studies, this can be integrated to the entire India. So that is the objective of this. And the second one is the carbon footprinting. Nowadays, carbon footprinting studies are going to be a mandatory for all industries. Even once you are approaching for environmental clearances itself, you are required to submit a carbon footprinting study. So this is another offshoot of the Center of Excellence of DST to organize these studies, and we are doing few studies for the carbon footprinting, especially mining activity. And the third one is climate change mitigation, where we are mainly looking into the 2 aspects. One is the solvent regeneration, because one of the most widely used and commercial technologies is solvent extraction. My earlier speaker told that the amine solutions are most widely used for the CO2 capture. So 30% or 25% they use it. Now we are planning to develop certain materials which can reduce the regeneration energy drastically. Nowadays, the amine solutions require 3.5 to 6 kilojoules per mole of the energy requirement that we are going to reduce drastically. So for this, we are using certain materials which are generated from the waste. So Dr. Patil has told that the fly ash is a waste which is lying a lot. So we have developed certain materials from the fly ash and using for this purpose. And the another one is area is the materials approach. So the materials which are porous in nature can be having a high potential for CO2 capture. So now we are also using most of the materials which are synthesized in the laboratory and also materials which are prepared from the waste. So here our main approach is to make the materials and processes are carbon negative technologies. That means once you are removing the carbon from the atmosphere, it should not generate carbon dioxide. So this type of work is going on. And the final one is the nature-based solutions. So this slide I put it to just to give you information about what are the reasons for the climate change. So look into the three broadly. The one is fossil fuel, deforestation, agriculture. So these are the important things. Next. And this is the data which is given in public domain and you can get it. So if you look into this data, the carbon dioxide levels achieved now 425 ppm and above. So if you look into the entire atmosphere, it is having around 1300, more than 1300 gigatons in the atmosphere. So we need to capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. One of the biggest challenges, it is a highly dilute state. 0.04% you have to extract means you require a lot of energy. So we have to find out certain ways and means by looking into the biological system. So if you look into the entire carbon dioxide capture domain, the best remediators or sequesters are algae, because ocean algae capture about 9 gigatons of carbon dioxide annually, which is about 25 to 30% of the atmosphere emitted annually by the anthropogenic activity. So now it is as a scientist you have to look into the what type of processes involved in the algal systems and how we can mitigate, how we can use these principles to go further on that. And anyhow, the climate change is nowadays going into a very strict vigilance in coming days. So we need to follow this 1.5 to 2 degree the global warming temperature. Next. So we know that Indian government is having a Panchamrut, that is a 5 nectars, which are very well known. The one of the most important is energy transition. We use as much as coal anywhere in the world, like China and other countries. So we need to transition energy from the coal to the renewable. So we set a target of 500 gigawatts of fuel from the renewable energy. And also, most of the places we are removing the plants, and afforestation, deforestation is another one, which is a natural way of sequestration. And if you go to that, recently government has started a scheme called as a LIFE. That means Indian traditional life utilizes the sustainable way of resources so that your CO2 generations are less. So government of India has started the LIFE program. If anybody interested, go to the MOEF website and you can see that one. Next. So now these are some of the sink potential. Why I given here is, so these will give an idea about how we can mimic those systems and make useful to develop certain materials and processes. Next one. So this I'm not going to give in a detail. This is a inventorization. We taken a Vidarbha as a study area and we showed that how the carbon dioxide disperses into the atmosphere. Next. So these are the some pictures. Go ahead. Last. Go to the last. So these are some of these things which I given how amine solutions having a drawbacks, and solid absorbents is one of the upcoming area. So now I am going to tell about some of the startup challenges. One is greenhouse monitoring and reporting, especially short-lived species. And the second one is solvents. Solvent removal technology going to be in another few years. So we need to go for a blended solvent where desorption is the primary one. And go to the porous materials, direct capture, and seaweed cultivation. That is going to be one of the most important areas. So these are some of the areas where startups can work out and go into this. And those who are interested in fireworks can approach CSIR-NIO for any testing or new formulations. And overall objective is to make the fireworks as the lowest pollution as possible, because no combustion process is pollution free. So we want to make as least as possible pollution from the firework manufacturing. So we are already done a lot of what is called formulations. We've given it to firecrackers, and they are working very well, and we are further going to reduce the emissions by new formulations. With this, I'm very thankful for all the audience who are having a patience to hearing my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kurpadam. Thank you for showcasing NIRI's environmental commitments to achieve net zero 2070 aspirations. Now I call upon the last speaker of this session, Dr. Kishore Malviya, Director, SMS Enviro Limited, Nagpur, and co-chair of Subcommittee of Energy Sustainability, Western Region of Confederation of Indian Industry, CII. He is an alumni of CSIR-NIO and also an licensee. And he will be speaking on the scalability and sustainability of waste management in India. I now request him to take the podium.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thankful to Director NIRI, Director NIO, Director NCL, and the CSIR in totality for giving me opportunity and creating this startup conclave in Mumbai. So my journey, I'll not talk about the technologies and scientific path, but it is about how you can create a startup in environmental segment and can grow. The organization which I started in 2005, and till today we have created almost 2,000 crore valuation company in the environmental startups in the waste management. So I'll be sharing something about how you can create that kind of company in the time span. So this is our journey when we started in 2004 with initially with the wastewater treatment plants, then created into biomedical waste management facilities, then the hazardous waste facilities, sewage recycling, and produced water treatment. So year by year we added different technologies and we created this organization, and now as today, last year we did almost 300 crore turnover, so worth of the 2,000 crore valuation. 1,500 people are working with this company, and I am proudly say that I am alumni of NIRI. I learned the biomedical waste systems in NIRI during my research work, and I did my doctorate in wastewater from the NIRI. And we are the license holder of the NIRI technology, which is a safest disposal technology for the landlocked area for the treated wastewater, where we have low salt water. So HRTS technology we implemented in multiple CETPs in the landlocked areas, and it considered as the safest disposal technology. Instead of the putting that water into the surface water or any river, it is better to go into the fourth level of the disposal systems. Next, please. So these are the some areas where we identified why the need of sustainable and scalable technologies is required in India as a startup, because we are the big population, rising environmental challenges, urgent need for tech-enabled solutions, and a lot of government initiatives, and the last which is driving the judiciary and public awareness, so that there is a lot of opportunity for the environmental startups which can really grow. And we are also signatory to international treaties. Next, please. Wastewater management, Dr. Patil already covered what is the generated and how much we are treating in the country. And we have created two unique models where the sewage is not only treated, but it is reused into the thermal power plant. So Nagpur is one of the finest example where we have created 130 MLD sewage which is being used at thermal power plant. You could save the fresh water for almost 10 lakh population consumption. So that is a unique model where the corporation is not paying a money, but they are earning revenue out of the treated sewage. So that is the financial modeling. So with the environmental technologies, the innovation is required into the financial modeling and the systems. Next, please. So this is the industrial wastewater where we have created few CETPs, and the basic criteria is how you can create this infrastructure and you can serve the industry. Lot of requirement across the country. So I have taken example of 5 MLD common effluent treatment plant, which can cater to the cluster of industries, and normally it comes through the contract or tender period, through the tender, and the tender is on the two basis, the lowest bid and if you invest as an annuity model. So 25 to 30, 40 to 50 crore is the investment size, and you can operate these facilities for 30 to 35 years, and you can earn your revenue from the wastewater generators. That is the wastewater model where you can create this startup and look into the different technologies. The opportunity here for the new startup is to work on the low energy intensive technologies. That is the innovation required in this segment, and you can have a new age technology into this sector. Next, please. So these are our plants across the country and different technologies we use. Next, please. Again, sewage water, we have created a few plants in Maharashtra and Chhattisgarh, and the different methodology of treatment, primary, secondary, and tertiary. And there are technologies available. Again, you require new technological interventions like the biggest cost into wastewater treatment is energy. So energy efficient technologies are required to cater the Indian market. Next, please. This is the another segment which I would like to cover, biomedical waste management. We have created almost 9 facilities across India, and we are treating the waste, biomedical waste, which is a collection, transportation, treatment, and scientific disposal. So this is a 743 ton of waste is generated across the country, and we are able to treat at the 9 major cities I'll share. In the country, in the biomedical segment, there is not a lot of opportunity now because 235 common facilities are working across the country, and they are able to cater the need of the country. Next, please. If you want to go into this biomedical segment, the investment required is 20 crore around, and you can cater almost 10,000 to 15,000 bed capacity city, and this is a nicely financially sustainable model because the fee is collected from the hospitals, and this tender goes to the highest royalty paid to the government, or if you charge lowest to the hospitals. Next, please. And the technologies are very well available across the country. These are our facilities across the India, from Mumbai to even we are working in the Kampala city, Africa. Next, please. So these are the two interventions I discussed about the wastewater technologies and the biomedical waste, where the startups can work and create the organization. And we have taken the NERI technology in the wastewater segment, and also a lot of auditing and technological services from the NERI for our waste management, secure landfill designing, and the performance efficiencies for our incinerators. So major thrust areas is rise in ESG and impact funding. Now this is upcoming work where the startups can work on the ESG areas. Policy push is there for EPR, ESG mandates are there, and sustainable goals. So this ESG is another thrust area for coming 10 to 20 years minimum. So you can definitely work into these areas and can create a good valued company from the startup from today to another 10 years. Tech transformation, IoTs, GPS, waste tracking, these are the another technological interventions which can help the waste management exercise in the country. Global partnerships are must, focus on the circularity. Net zero is another commitment of the country where we can work in the as a startup and can build different technologies. So, and water positive is another drive from the government policy and the judiciary, and where we can do on the water audits and the water saving technologies. Next, please. So, the challenges which we faced and a startup can face, that I wanted to discuss little bit, that whenever we go for any contract sign up which is long term, and there are a lot of changes later on, like post tender amendments into the norms. Example, NGT can give some direction, or CPCB coming with the new policy, and to take care about those cost due to new interventions. There is no provisions into the contract. So creating a new contract, be a conscious on these sides. The growth, the facility depends on the cities and industrial growth. Because if you create some infrastructure and you don't have a growth into that area, then your facility or services are not utilized in the full scale, then your financials which you submit to the financial institutions for long term is not converted into the right numbers. So the challenges, fixed cost is increasing every year by year. Like for example, I take one facility of common effluent treatment plant, like 5 MLD plant. When you receive the 4.5 MLD, and later on there is no possibility to grow the facility because there is no wastewater available. But your manpower cost is continuously increasing, and you cannot say your employees that I cannot give you increment this year. So at a particular stage, there is a scalability issue at the facility. Recycling trends at the industrial level increasing. The financials were earlier very complex for the environmental infrastructure, but now there's a lot of financial institutions got the exposure of investing into this kind of infrastructure, so it is easy, and now financial institutions are experienced and they have policies and frameworks to invest into this infrastructure. So that is a smooth rolling for the upcoming startups. Regulatory complexity across institutions, like there are state pollution control board, CPCB, ministry, NGT. So this business is basically techno-legal. So you have to be very technical and be conscious on the legal contract and legal part of the policies. Shortage of skilled manpower in this area is always there. So you have to have a tie-up with the proper these educational institutions for a bigger growth and continuous training program and participating into the different programs. Next, please. So the last slide, the road ahead is, I would say, innovators to build scalable models and financial sustainable. Is my personal observation. A lot of technologies are developed but not scalable. And if it is scalable, the financial sustainability is not considered during the innovation. So that is to be considered. For the investors, support real impact, not the green label, greenwashing kind of systems. Policymakers to harmonize the rules, enable faster clearances. So state and the center has to work together to have a common policies. And citizens' acceptance as mandatory infrastructure. Like the waste management facility, nobody wants into their backyard. So, but it is a mandatory and essential service. That kind of awareness is to be created, so that this infrastructure is also allowed, because we face a lot of time the challenges and the opposition to these facilities. But it is an essential facility for our survival. And to promote circularity, India needs a scalable and sustainable solution for effective handling of different waste. And that is the last line from my side, that yes, this environmental domain has a lot of opportunities, and India has a huge potential opportunities in specifically into the municipal market, because municipal market is still not reached to the level which is required to be serviced properly. Yes, hazardous waste, biomedical, there are a lot of infrastructure created, but municipal waste market is only 5 to 7% is service, rest 90% plus is to be serviced scientifically, and you can create a good environmental infrastructure company in coming year. Thank you very much. Thank you to CSIR and all the CSIR level heads of giving opportunity to speak on this forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malviya. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this technical session 2. Our next session will continue after this one talk by NCL. I request Bakshi ma'am to take the podium.
So before I continue, there are lots of exciting sessions still on, and I'm sure you all are enjoying it as we are. और हम सब बहुत ही आनंदित हैं इस पूरे आज के दिवस के कार्यक्रम के लिए भी. तो I'm sure that you all are eager to know what lies next. और इससे पहले कि आगे बढ़ें, एक सूचना उन सभी स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जो यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, भाग ले रहे हैं, उनका जो सर्टिफिकेट्स है वो वैलिडिक्टरी सेशन में दिया जाएगा कुछ ही देर बाद, जब ये टेक्निकल सेशंस खत्म हो जाएंगे. और उसके बाद ये हमारा अंतिम सत्र होगा जिसमें हम समापन की घोषणा करेंगे 2 दिवसीय स्टार्टअप कॉन्क्लेव की. लेकिन फिलहाल मैं सत्यदास जी को इनवाइट करती हूँ, वो आए, अपना परिचय भी दें और अपना एक प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ प्रस्तुत करें. जैसा कि आप सब जानते हैं कि यहाँ पर बहुत सारे जाने माने एक्सपर्ट्स आए हुए हैं जो अपने अनुभव आपके साथ साझा भी कर रहे हैं और एक रोड मैप, एक रास्ता आपको दिखा रहे हैं. वेलकम मिस्टर दास, प्लीज.
Dr. Dash, we all welcome you for this session. And I think in a crowd full of entrepreneurs, he doesn't need an introduction. Majority of you already have clicked photographs with him yesterday. But still, I will introduce him to meet the formality. So Dr. Satya Dash is a biotech innovation ecosystem expert. Over the last 20 years, he has laid the foundation of several innovation ecosystems. He was the founding team and former head of strategy and entrepreneurship and in charge of head of IP of DBT BIRAC, Government of India, where he has designed and implemented 20 national biotech innovation programs, and I guess all of us are beneficiaries of it in some or the other way. He has been part of BioNest, PERS, SOCH, and equity funds such as ACE Fund strategies as well. And he has been the first coordinator of Make in India for Biotechnology of DBT BIRAC. And I will constrict the introduction and let Dr. Dash do the talking. Over to you, Dr. Dash.
Thank you, Nitin. Okay, this is the post-lunch session. My thanks to Dr. Ashish Lele for inviting me here, as well as wonderful arrangement. So my congratulations to all the 3 directors, both of NCL, as well as NIO and NIRI. What a lovely session we had yesterday and today until now. I'm going to talk a bit on, Dr. Ashish mentioned, talk about Innovation Nation and Vikshit Bharat. So the theme is that, but yesterday we heard the sad news of a stalwart amongst us who passed away. And I'm pretty sure that all of you were inspired by him, astrophysicist Professor Jayant Narlikar. And in some ways, he does represent what is excellence amongst us. So all our condolences from my side and from all our colleagues here to his family and friends. And I thought we'll start with that remembrance before we move. Dr. Nitin has just mentioned my profile, so I won't mention. These are my current affiliations. They were my past affiliations. BIRAC is still very close to my heart, even though I left 7 years back. And the bottom disclaimer, please read that, and whatever I'm saying is my personal opinion, and nothing should be ascribed to any organization that I was or I am part of. So as you can see, the most wonderful thing about my life now is the stretch I'm having from working for-profit companies to non-for-profit like Blockchain for Impact or Venture Center. And as we take the name of Venture Center, I'm really a big admirer of 2 people, 3 people, the whole team there, but our chair, Dr. Ashish again, and our director, Dr. Premnath, who just rushed in and sat down there. Doto works on maternal health. Organica is on CRISPR-Cas technology. Blockchain for Impact is 2 amazing leadership. Sandeep Nailwal and Gaurav Singh were building a nonprofit. I'm helping them. And Big Tech, I'll speak about it later a bit. It's part of Mall Biodiagnostic a unicorn in the diagnostics and devices space in India. So moving on, this is the kind of work I love doing and I've done in the last 18 years. All forms of program design and implementation in innovation space, from BIRAC to including for big tech and small bio, which is the latest one on the bottom right, the EDGE program, where I interact with startups, innovators from all across the country and sometimes across the world as well. So this morning, Times of India said apparently chip design companies in NCR are gaining strength. And if you read that, it says because a lot of very interesting institutions like IIT Delhi, BITS Pilani, and many others are around NCR. And Cadence or other companies are taking advantage of that. So I thought, why don't I take advantage of this and talk a bit about the semiconductor industry, the chip industry. And so it's a bit like business history a little bit, but I think the intelligentsia here, the buddhijeevis here, can see the thread of what I'm trying to nudge and say. So this is all about doing cutting-edge technology, what kind of institutions were there, trade wars, mission programs, and all that. Of course, I'm not going to cover all of this in 30 minutes. I'll run through it, but you will rejig your memory. Many of you who are interested in semiconductor chips and all. And this is where it started, right? So if I were to tell you that Bell Labs had a connection with Napoleon Bonaparte, you might raise your eyebrows. But actually, Napoleon started a prize award called Volta. And I've been reading about it, and Volta gives 50,000 francs, and Bell got it. And he started, and part of the Bell Labs got funding from that. So just imagine how funding has been key, and funding with less strings attached has been key for setting up things like that. And in the bottom, these are all publicly available images, and I've given some links. The three of them, Bardeen, Shockley, and Breton, you know what they did, 1947, the year we got our independence, right? So once that was done and vacuum tubes were away, Shockley then steps out and says, hey, I want to build Shockley Semiconductor Lab. Right, everything is happening in the Bay Area, in the Silicon Valley. And you can see his transistors being given in the same street on the left. On the right, the building is now taken over by Facebook. So you can see how technology keeps on changing in that area. What is interesting is that Shockley was a very difficult person to work with, almost like me. So there were 8 of them who left Shockley, and they're called the traitorous 8. And a couple of them started Fairchild Semiconductors. And we know what they did. The integrated circuits, 1957, you can see Rob Noyce, and Gordon Moore, and you know about the Moore's law, which is not really a thermodynamics law, but that's how it all got kick-started. Parallelly, by the way, Texas Instruments also was set up by Jack Kilby. So together, and they fought like crazy about patenting and licensing, but finally they came together to have an open licensing platform. And this is something, again, I thought I will just draw your attention. I'm doing good on time. Okay. Right. So if you remember this two, Rob Noyce and Gordon Moore, they left Fairchild, and again, it's a long history. I'm not going to let you know now. And they started Intel. And we are now entering late 60s. They partnered with Andy Grove, and you see that the microprocessors they developed, the CPUs, dynamic RAM, all of that, right? And this is all happening again all across the US, but mostly concentrated in East and the West Coast. Look at what Andy Grove said at the bottom. For your benefit, I'll read it out. Business success contains the seeds of its own destruction. Success breeds complacency. Complacency breeds failure. Only the paranoid survive. So for Viksit Bharat, we got to be paranoid to become Viksit Bharat. Right? And what it means is collective efforts to take our country to its highest levels. Now, the guy I've written, Arthur Rock, he had invested these two gentlemen in Fairchild. And when they stepped out, he invested again for Intel. You could see there is some kind of bonding of investment. Where are those investors who are actually betting on the people? And I will again humbly submit to all of you that it's people and leadership that matters the most. Similarly, from Fairchild, you had two other people, Charles Sprock and Bob Weidlar is called. They started National Semiconductor. National Semiconductor was already there, but Charles became the CEO. He joined from Fairchild. And then similarly, AMD was started by Jerry Sanders. All of them together are called the Fairchildren effect because they all started from the same company. Now, the question is, how many of such Fairchildren are there in India? We'll talk about it. I wanted to belabor the point and that government funding is one of the most important Kickstarter for any technology super machine, right? So if you think about it, what we saw in just recently, we talked about BrahMos, and it's, I really bow to the scientists of NCL for their contribution to BrahMos that Dr. Lele mentioned. But look at all of that, right? So the missile program, Fairchild, and TI, Texas Instruments, got the deal to supply. Missiles were becoming more precise. Guidance systems were done. NASA got involved. You've heard about DARPA many times. DARPA, 1958. Okay, still survives, still pumps in, injects capital for really risky projects, right? And linkages to all these universities, many others. I've just taken the Ivy Leagues one, but Colorado, everywhere there are linkages to this. But important thing is procurement. All of them got a contract to build to certain specification. So it's almost that the government is telling you to stretch yourself to meet the standards that it demands, right? And this is something I think we've got to think through when we aim to be the technologically advanced country and join the high table of that. Oh, I'm going back, okay. All right. I'm going to change track, right? I mean, what I haven't told you here is Qualcomm, Broadcom, HP, Apple, all of that, right? And how the Japanese came with Toshiba and NEC, then Fabless happening in 1990s, Maurice Chang leaving Texas Instruments and going to Taiwan. He's actually an American Chinese, went to Taiwan. Taiwan government gave him a free hand to build TSMC. I haven't spoken about ASML and what is happening, all of this in the last 20 years and with China being there. But until even the first 25 years of semiconductor development, you see how government's role has been so critical. Of course, consumer electronics also boomed, right? So consumers also started giving the impetus for companies to do R&D. Right. I wanted to move on to biotech, right? So everything and anything, if you have heard of the term precision medicine, of course, in environmental surveillance of COVID, sequencing, all of that. Now, these two gentlemen working in chemistry department in Cambridge, Bala and David. And Bala is not, he is an Indian origin, but he's born and bred in the UK. together, they then see, basically they are doing basic science of DNA replication, looking at DNA polymerase, how it picks up a nucleotide, puts it, and then they have a eureka moment and they say, okay, can we use this for looking at DNA sequencing faster rather than Sanger sequencing? And see what had happened. Again, like Arthur Rock, Abinworth came in, gave them some private funding. They started a company called Solexa, and they bought, it was bought by Illumina, right? And linkages to NHS and all of that, and today you see what has happened to NGS. If you go to Cambridge University website, there's a very nice interview by both of them, and they say actually giving it to Illumina was the best thing they did, because Illumina could really refine the technology 10,000 times more. So that's working with industry, something again which we all do, but building enterprises and seeing how you're going to open the cake and bigger by partnering with big industry and not shunning them is something very interesting I found in all these examples. Okay, moving on. So, where are our child moments? Are we doing, so there is a phrase called, are we doing the science for tomorrow, right? Are we doing today the science that is relevant for tomorrow? That was said by a guy, founder of Moderna, called Abeyar Nufan. Nufan Abeyar, sorry. And I find that phrase very interesting for me when I'm thinking about policy and strategy. Okay, quickly. All without saying, I heard about startups that we are working with. There are a lot of startups right there. And I think they're just, some of them work non-linearly. Maybe they can go beyond the 3 laws of thermodynamics as well, right? And I'm fascinated by, group of people coming together, passionate, and breaking walls to build something new. And that is what I'm so thankful to be part of Venture Center. If you haven't gone in Pune, please go and visit. And they have a counter right there, right? So this goes without saying, when we were building BIRAC, somehow we started seeing that almost 40 to 50% of startups that were being funded were from medtech. Maybe it has come down now a little bit. At one time, it was almost 2/3. So that means there are around 4,000 to 5,000, a lot of research institutions working. But together with a mentor of mine, Dr. Vijay Chandru, I wrote something else I'll show you. And this is just a snapshot. I mean, there are 4,000 of them, right? So I picked the ones. What was interesting was one of my classmates, Dr. Sunita Patel, just started a company 3 years back. We were students in Sambalpur, and I see her stall right there. And I met her after 26 years. So this is happening. People are taking risks, and they are jumping into building some relevant solution for society, both for India and globally. I mean, I can go on and we'll spend the whole day. You can take a picture of this and actually Google, see environment. So Bioprime is agriculture. There's AI companies like Niramai. There are smart materials company like you saw with Silk, which is Serigen. On the left is the company that I work for, Big Tech and Molbio and Doto. So I will look at Achira. All of them, iStem, Strand Life Sciences, all of them are really working on cutting edge products relevant for global healthcare across, right? I think I put Aha Immune also again, a Pune-based company. Right. But let's see, it's going up. Yep. I, with Dr. Vijay Chandru, who started Strand Life Sciences, he was a professor at Institute of Science, MIT PhD, like Premnath, and then was in Purdue, came back. We said that, you know what, there are a lot of prototypes, there are a lot of startups at technology readiness levels of 3 or 4, and they're unable to go beyond that. And there are many reasons for that. But we didn't take a negative view of it. We said we are creating a whole mass of interesting people who have gone through the journey of product design and delivery, right? And we didn't have that. We had maybe one or two, but en masse we have created in the last 15, 20 years. And that's a positive thing. This I did not say. So if you are an R&D company, which many of them are in the stalls, and you have patented 20 years, that Dr. Nitin would know, but if you're building your product, your prototype, you have patented it, by the time the product comes to the market is another 5, 7, 10 years, so you are not able to monetize it. The black is where hopefully you will monetize and be profitable. You know, that's also a dream. But that's the challenge that most science-based, tech-based startups face, right? And how do we solve this? This is from Dr. Ravi at IIT, who was at IIT, now he is a director at NIT Surathkal. What I like about this cartoon is that it is not just one valley of death. There are multiple valleys of death, starting from ideation all the way to market. By the way, until your production and distribution, maybe production, everything is, you know, laws of thermodynamics, quality management systems, and all of that. But market, it doesn't follow any laws of thermodynamics, right? And therefore, it is a much more difficult thing to crack. No matter what management gurus tell you, you know, there are not set rules for anything there. But this is a representative of what really startups face. Okay, I've got 10 minutes, I'll go through. So about scale, I thought I'll just, you know, why I'm excited about working with Shandy and Sriram Natarajan, amazing co-founders. Sriram built a company called Tulip, exited. Shandy also, and together they started MallBio. Shandy also built Big Tech. Shandy is also an Infosys Prize winner. And see the prototype to the TrueNat system that did, and you know, that can do sample to result in less than 1 hour, RT-PCR. PCR happens on a chip. This is a proprietary chip, asset-driven. This is no jugaad, right? And you can see the use cases that is happening. It's now global. This TrueNat system is present in more than 85 countries across the world. So people within understand production, design for manufacturing, sales, regulatory, all of that within one. Big Tech is around 170 R&D scientists, okay? And MallBio is around 700 people in production and sales. So this, they took 15, 20 years to reach. So what we did was MallBio said, can we reach out to the community and offer our learnings to the rest of the startups? Edge is a program we designed last year. We took 6 startups, took them through a 3-month period of getting to know us, getting to see what can be done, and offering them ways of partnerships, right? Edge is now open. If you want to apply to Edge, please do. You just Google Big Tech Labs Edge or MallBio Edge. So I'm almost at the last phase of my talk here. This is given, right? I mean, it just changes so fast. How can we keep that with the fast change, right? I mean, our amazing scientists that I met from the CSIR, I mean, I'm a big fan of CSIR labs, right? 37, 38 labs across India contributing to its growth since last 75, 80 years, right? That's amazing. But how do we keep, pace with the change that is happening? What about our pedagogies? Some models, I promised Dr. Lele that you know it. I'm not saying that these are not known. I live also in Berlin sometimes. And Germany is interesting, right? So Fraunhofer, which are 75 institution network, gets 30% base funding from the government. The rest, they have to get it from the industry. Now, imagine the kind of internal structures they would have had to have this to go and raise that money, right? Just a nugget there. And 60% is small and with SMEs. Germany is the country of Mittelstands, is the country of SMEs, right? Okay, catapult, UK, learning from the Fraunhofer, the UK government said, okay, we can look at catapult. Look at the kind of area that building catapult all and spread across, all of the British Isles, right? From London to Birmingham to Cheshire, Durham, Leicester, Cambridge, Stevenage is near Cambridge, and all of that, right? So even countries that have been at the forefront, and US CHIPS Act just came, right, a couple of years back, even countries at the forefront of innovation are thinking of really remodulating themselves. And we've got to keep pace with that as well. Okay. Not moving. Okay. So few rhetorical questions. So who amongst them, or the 4,000, or the 10,000, or the scientists that we have are going to scale massively? Massive is the operative word here, right? Really global. I mean, if you have a world record, it is a record in India also, right? But if you have an Indian record, it may not be a world record. So that's our goal. Now, who is conducting the best science? As I said, the science for tomorrow. Where it is happening, who it is happening, how can we help them? What new technologies are being built? And how can India build its strengths and create world-beating technology? I mean, we have no silver bullets. We'll have to think, leadership like Dr. Ashish, whom I really admire, are the Buddhijeevis who push this. Learnings, last slide. This person on the right, actually I went to BIRAC website this morning, and I used to, while being at BIRAC, I was also, started a newsletter, and I used to actually interview people, transcribe them while doing the other stuff. And Igal Elric is the person in Israel who in '93 started the YOSMA program that changed Israel to be a technologically advanced country, right? And we wrote to Igal to come and visit us at BIRAC because we were young at that time, 2 years old, babies. To come and just talk with us. After 2 years of chasing, he came. And Eagle mentioned that, so when I asked him, Israel is a startup nation, so you must be happy. He said, no, I mean, it's good, but that title, I would love many of the startups to go global. We want to be a big SME or a big company nation. And that was quite interesting. And I urge you, it's September 2016. If you go to BIRAC website, I think it's in About Us. There's publication at the bottom. You can read that interview. So on the left are my learnings, my opinions that I have discussed many times with all friends here and all mentors that I have. Supermachine. We've got to aim for technological supermachine, right? I mean, there's no being second there. I'm sorry to say it that way, right? Substantial funding for basic and translation research. I believe, and this is my personal view as I said, that we are caught in the quagmire of saying, basic kyun kare, ya translation kyun kare. No, dono karna chahiye. We've got to do both. A 4 trillion economy cannot just pick one over the other. You've got to fund basic sciences as much as you fund translation sciences. And we must have that funding. Accelerator lab to the market. I know many CSIR would have it, but how do we refine it? How do we push it? Licensing, how do we study technology, transfer, our TTOs, and all of those need to be looked. De-risking venture capital. So Eagle actually created 10 VCs for Israel in '93, with total amount of around $300 million. It's a country of less, I don't know, maybe 3 million people for funding technology from Israel, right? We've got to build that VC who are going to take risky bets. I think our VCs don't take it, talent and skills, procurement, as I showed, and regulation. Okay, it's not moving. Okay. We have shown it recently. We have done it in space. We have the digital public goods, the biotech. But my gripe remains that what kind of fundamental technologies we are building that can be used across the world? Like, I mean, I don't know what is there. Logi, Panasonic, displays. What products are we making that is global, right? And this is the kind of, I can challenge that if we look around, most of the things that we have is possibly not thought originally in India, right? It can have a supply chain across the world, that's fine. But like the semiconductor, something that we built and the world adopted, right? That is the thing that we should be aiming at. I'll finish now. Last, a very hopeful, I could have picked any of those 4,000. And it was a lottery that I picked. I like Jaideep also. He left his job and came back from the US, left his multinational job, started to work on children, especially those that lack oxygen during birthing and therefore have brain damage. Now look at it. In the middle one, the top panel, is the cardboard prototype, okay? And today, this machine that he built from scratch with all the electronics embedded in it, everything, is now being at 200 hospitals or more across the country, saving children's lives, right? So this is just an example. I think this kind of events, and thanks to all the three CSIR labs for putting this together in 5, 7, 10 days, hats off to you, all the leadership. But I think if you can open your lab doors to these or talk to them to supply some expertise, this would be a wonderful thing to do. With that, I stay. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Dash, for such an enlightening
That was
talk.
27 minutes.
If we had a continued session, I would love to have the earlier slide as a pickup slide, but unfortunately, we'll have to break the NCL session in the between. Dr. Dash, you are requested to be back on the stage just for a minute. I request Dr. Ashish Lele to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Dash, thanking him for such insights and setting high goals for academia-industry linkage and the impact of research in the country.
So that was quite comprehensive, Mr. Das, as we saw. And I think, as we are saying time and again, every time a leading expert comes on the stage, shares a presentation, I think there is a lot of learning that we benefit from. And that's what is the whole idea of this two-day startup conclave happening here in Mumbai, organized by CSIR and jointly supported by the 3 institutes and labs, which is NIO, NCL, and NIRI. And now I call Sunita Shastri ji to come up on the stage and take the deliberation further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Welcome back to the next technical session on CSIR-NIRI's building scalable environmental startups, challenges and opportunities. In this session, we are privileged to host a distinguished panel of speakers representing diverse domains, which include startups based on NIRI's technologies, pioneering entrepreneurs from NIRI alumni, clients, collaborators of NIRI, and leaders of successful startup ventures who have carved their own path. We look forward to hearing their journey, the milestones they achieved, and the opportunities they foresee for startups. Without taking much time, I invite on stage Dr. Ganges Reddy, Managing Director and CEO of Blue Drop Enviro Private Limited, Bangalore, Dr. Vikram Vishal he is unwell and so he is not able to attend the session. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you all. All of us have been dealing with this water, wastewater throughout our life, knowingly or unknowingly. And the country has been setting up sewage treatment plants all over the place. And the question has been, how many of them have been working and what is the experience of the users and the employers of these systems? This is the data that's available in public domain that a lot of systems are being set up, but many are defunct and a lot more to the tune of 77% are non-compliant. If this is how the systems are, so how do we arrive at the environmental sustainability? The best water that is available as a surface water in the lakes and water bodies and rivers, if it is joined with wastewater coming from untreated sources or semi-treated sewage treatment plants, where do we get to? How do we secure our water resources? The challenges with deploying systems, conventional systems have been there in India for quite some time. Nothing wrong with it, but if the systems that we have been setting up have been having these constant challenges that do not leave us with a sustainable solution, how do we make progress? Anybody who is making a decision on setting up sewage treatment systems must consider these factors before concluding on any options that you have at your hand. Also, we are talking about carbon emissions, global warming. How many of us know that sewage treatment and effluent treatment are the 6th largest contributors to the greenhouse gas emissions? Unknowingly, while wanting to do the right thing, some of these facts miss our qualification criteria in deciding a system. So these are the facts that are published out there that we can verify and decide on choosing the systems. Where is this carbon footprint coming from when you're trying to treat the wastewater? The energy that is consumed, even now 70% of the energy is coming from fossil fuels and thereby the emissions. And also the sludge and treatment itself is causing emissions on the sewage treatment side. This is all with the conventional mechanical treatment systems. Nothing wrong with them, but yeah, some cases you cannot avoid. City scale, when you're trying to build 50 mld, 100 mld, 200 mld, you got to go with those. But when you talk about decentralized, small scale systems, you do have a lot of good options and better options. So what are the options that we have? The nature has provided for a science that has been in work for centuries. If you have observed these nature-based solutions, they've been there. Like the trees release oxygen from their leaves, the way these aquatic plants release oxygen from their roots. That is the air that we are trying to pump into the system in a conventional system through blowers and a lot of energy consumption, while the nature-based solutions can do it naturally without having such energy requirements. Now, these are the systems that you can see apples to apples. The conventional methods and the alternative methods. Wherever applicable, it's a default scenario. It's not about aesthetics. It's not about how they look. But both of them are meant for the same purpose, arriving at NGT or CPCB outlet norms. Is this a garden? Is this a sewage treatment plant? What is it? The kids go around here. It's a sewage treatment plant. It is treating the entire sewage of a township, 2.4 MLD, 24 lakh liters. Barely any operator that supervises this. A part-time gardener can run this system. Such beauty is the nature-based solution if you design it well. These are aerated treatment wetlands that we have been building across the country. We did non-aerated systems till about 2020, and then we realized that the land footprint is becoming critical. So we introduced aerated wetland systems that are low energy. They still take energy, but there's 30% energy requirement compared to 100% energy requirement of a conventional system. A sludge-free, odor-free, chemical-free, very low carbon footprint. Now, how does it work? We provide some micro-aeration, only about 8 hours of micro-aeration at the bottom of the wetland, and that provides a brilliant amount of treatment for you. So this combines the mechanized approach with a nature-based solution, optimizing the energy cost, reducing the footprint, giving the operator a greater level of control in managing your sewage. This box here is about 1.5 square meter, which is your office table size. Treats water of a household of 8 people, and the energy cost for this is about 80 rupees. You can see the effective aeration. We brought the water level up so that you can see it, otherwise there is no water visible, so there is no order around that. Now, when you look at these systems, we actually did the engineering quite a bit to bring it to a very low footprint. And they are very superior in their lifespan. They work for about 30 years. And they tackle variable loads. Now, this is an apples-to-apples comparison again of a sewage treatment system set up in a residential complex. A lot of people didn't even know that it's a sewage treatment system. It's just sitting there. There are 4 other gardens in that community. One of them is converted into the sewage treatment plant. You can see the beauty of it. The kids play there. There are bedrooms and balconies right next door, about 8 feet away. Nobody feels the pain of sewage treatment. The landmark of sewage treatment or signature of sewage treatment plants are the order and noise. And then when you actually own them, you know how much they would cost you in terms of your operations. Now this is which way to go. When you're talking about sustainable environment, when you're talking about solutions that are sustainable and taking the country forward on our goals to mitigate the emissions or become carbon neutral, the options have to be carefully evaluated. When there are options available, we must exercise our will to encourage and adopt. You can see the bedrooms and balconies about 8 feet away from this place. That's how the system is. So really we're integrating the people and the systems together here. So this is the cost economics. I keep saying that organic vegetables cost 5 times when you take it in the organic store, while they're sold on the street 5 times less. But here this organic way of treatment is costing you half the life cycle cost. Very effective. Capital cost may be very similar, but operational cost, mainly the energy cost, is the critical factor here, and the manpower cost, then the repairs and supplies, then the chemicals. When you put together, the life cycle costs are very less. We can build these systems up to 10 MLD capacity for a township or centralized systems as well. This is a cement factory. The entire water this is a treated water. This is not a fresh borewell water. This is a treated water that entirely goes back into the process again. So these are the quality of water that you see from different systems. And these are the environmental numbers if you want to note down. If you save that kind of energy compared to a conventional mechanical system, that's the kind of emissions that you're averting. And you're creating a green cover with every system. And it naturally brings the biodiversity and eco-restoration services. Sequestration numbers can be easily calculated based on the green cover. We also work with the nature-based solutions, remediating polluted water bodies. What we do, what is the nature-based solution here? Again, the bacteria in the water, it has its own ability to remediate, but overloaded pollutants, nutrients will cause disruption. So we bring in certain enzymes that are again vegetable-based. When it gets in contact with the sludge, it produces the microbial food and CO2 and H2O. And that enables that microbial food enables the water body to have a full life cycle of food cycle. These are nalas. We don't have to deal with nalas. We are setting up previous treatment systems after 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers where the government has land. But while it flows through, what is the experience of the citizens? People are not able to stand by these nalas. People can't open their doors and windows. Mosquito menace, odors, you can treat them pretty well. Several customers have adopted, and the goal is to really bring in a climate-friendly green infrastructure here. Now, a lot of people ask this question, startup mindset, how do you have a startup succeed? How easy it is? How many of you here think that the startup is easy? Raise of hands. Not even one hand. Some would have tried, some would have not tried, some would have not understood this. It's easy. It's not easy. Both answers are correct. The first question is, they used to ask in interviews, 20 years ago, when I graduated, everybody would ask, sir, who are you? Like, where are you coming from? Are you backed by IIT? Are you backed by NIT? Are you accredited by a premium education institution on your technology? Otherwise, you struggle a lot. To get yourself vetted is very, very critical with a premium institute or a partner. An innovator you are. Innovation means what? You invented something. And when you go to the government, they ask, you need to have 3 bidders to compete. How come that be innovation? So we got to find ways to mend the procurement, really figure out ways to get into the systems. So we may have to, any of the people here who are from the startup ecosystem, we must look at pilots. Pilots are very critical. And what scale do you want to play? Scale defines your growth. I would certainly suggest startups don't try to scale up ramp immediately. We will die in our backyard because cash flows are going to catch up on very, very strongly. So better to go incremental, find strong financial resources. The core is the finance. Technology, pilots, then for scaling, you need to have very strong finance. It's not just somebody invests, a venture capitalist comes and puts some X amount of money. That's not going to help us enough. The working capital is a major constraint in many startups that are planning to scale. So we got to find lean models to be able to scale while compromising on the margins. It's okay to lose margins, but to scale, we have to get to a place and we have to plan our finances. That's all I have to say today. And thank you very much for your patient listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences on the nature-based solutions. Now, before we go to the next speaker, I request our director, CSIR-NIO, to felicitate our speaker from the first session. He has a flight to catch, so I request him to felicitate. Sir, please. Dr. Kishore Malviya. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. The next speaker of this session is Mr. Abhishek Goel, General Manager, Tata Sons of Tata Sustainability Group, Mumbai. And he is going to speak on accelerating sustainability outcomes and impact through technological innovations. I request Dr. Abhishek Goel to take the podium.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me begin with thanking Director Niri, Director NIO, and Director NCL for inviting me here today. It's a great honor. I feel almost in a place where there are too many suns around and I'm just a small light bulb trying to find my relevance. My presentation, you'll see, is more now like a wish list, and I think it's like a question paper where all the answers have already been answered. So let's have a quick look at what I have to say. But I think this room has got enough energy and enough ideas to kind of fulfill whatever I have asked for. A quick update about the brand I work for. This is the Tata Group, very lovable brand in India. All of us are very used to this particular brand. It's part of our day-to-day lives in many ways that you can think about. We lovingly call it as the salt to software conglomerate. It's now a huge brand, 31.6 billion brand valuation. These are the sectors in which the Tata Group exists. There's a reason why I'm giving this information to you, because most of the asks that I have from the startup world is revolving around many of these sectors in terms of what can be done. So you'll see that in the technology space, we have TCS, we have Tata Elxsi, Digital. Tata Electronics is the recent entrant. In the aerospace and defense, we have now Tata Advanced Systems. It's becoming more and more relevant day by day. The tourism and travel sector, we now have Air India, the national carrier, which is now part of the Tata Group. And I'm sure all of these companies have challenges which are very unique in their own. And I'm looking for startups, breakthroughs, which will help us crack some of these complex problems. Tata Group's mission to improve the quality of life in the communities we serve globally through long-term stakeholder value creation based on leadership with trust. So that's something which we are all aware of. Again, we are aspiring for global sustainability leadership, and we are doing this by focusing on a number of aspects through our businesses, trying to make an impact wherever we can. If you see under the E pillar of the ESG framework that I have shown here, we are working on issues related to climate change. We are working on issues related to water and circularity. We are working on issues related to waste, biodiversity, etc. These are common topics for many of the corporates, and we are not unique in what we are doing. What is unique about us is the way we are looking at these things, trying to push it up from the very top to the bottom and trying to make all our companies aligned to this. We have a very ambitious plan called as the Tata Project Alingana, and this has got a 3-pillar approach. We are pushing all our companies to become net zero by 2045 through decarbonization. We are also helping our companies pioneer in the area of circular economies. We are developing a more circular economic model, aiming for zero waste to landfill, zero water discharge. Many of these topics are very, very topical for our companies. And again, I think the solutions and all the, I would say, innovations I've seen in the last few sessions is extremely inspiring to see. Also, the last pillar we are working very strongly nowadays is on nature and biodiversity. This is a pillar where progress is slow to happen. Solutions are far and few, and I think a lot more effort needs to be done. So I think I'm now going to spend a couple of minutes just talking to you about each of these three pillars and what are our expectations from the startup world. On the decarbonization pillar, we are currently looking for softwares or ideas to do inventory calculation for emissions, calculating sustainability impact of our supply chains, our value chains. How can we do that? Real-time energy use tracking, emission tracking for our operations, for our value chain partners. Green steel production, something, again, I heard many speakers talk about green hydrogen and topics like that. I think these are very relevant topics for us. Again, we are looking for novel ways of making steel, how we can reduce the overall footprint of steel production. We also have issues related to carbon capture and storage. I think there were a number of speakers today who talked about CCS, and I think it's that intermediate technology before we really achieve our goal of becoming net zero. I don't think any net zero pathway today has a clear-cut answer without really looking at carbon capture and storage as an intermediate solution. So that's also very much on our radar. Bioenergy, big topic. It's very, very promising. It is close to nature and keeps us away from utilizing, or rather, I would say, destroying nature in a big way. So I think that's something which is also a part of our solution. Sustainable aviation fuel. I talked to you about Air India, our largest national carrier now. We are very concerned that this particular sector is going to grow significantly over the next few years. The emissions are therefore also going to rise. The options are far and few. Electric aviation is far into the future, 2045 and beyond. Finding other ways of flying aeroplanes more efficiently. I think we are already hitting the theoretical maximum in terms of efficiencies. So the only logical option that remains is sustainable aviation fuel, and multiple pathways exist. Again, we are looking for startups to help us identify very low carbon, clean and economical ways of producing this fuel. So that's another interesting area for us. Moving further on circular economy, we are talking of various topics related to sustainable materials, closed loop materials which can replace plastics or other single-use plastic type of materials. Recyclable fabrics, big topic for our companies like Trent. Increasing the recyclability of key materials like lithium, cobalt. Tata Motors, as you know, is pivoting very, very strongly into becoming a electric vehicle manufacturer, and we are very, very committed to ensuring that we should have the entire value chain of lithium battery recycling. All startups in this area are welcome. I think this will be a very important area for us to look forward to. What do we do with end-of-life vehicles? Again, a lot of innovation requires to be done here. India has a massive inventory of vehicles which are reaching their end of life. How do we gainfully recycle them back into the mainstream is a big question. E-waste recycling. What do we do with end-of-life solar panels? Again, a big topic of research. Tata Power has been in the business of installing solar panels for the last 20 years. Many of our initial panels are now ending end of life, and we need to find a solution quickly. For water, we are talking about water efficient faucets. We are talking about how to use water more efficiently. Many topics under there. Groundwater recharge systems. I think a lot of innovation, again, we heard today are related to that. So we will reach out to NIRI and allied people to also get more knowledge on some of these. Waste to energy, big topic. Again, it allows us to look into this. My final slide for the day is on nature and biodiversity. If the slide changes, 1 second. Can somebody change the slide for me, please? Thank you. This is my last slide. So on nature and biodiversity, these are the various topics: pest-resistant, drought-resistant, water-efficient cultivars for our crops, biological pest control, biofertilizers, restoration of degraded lands. Many of these topics are relevant to us. I think I have given you a laundry list of what the industry expects. The solution providers are sitting there. I'm only a problem creator. So please help me solve some of these problems. I will leave you with the last slide with Mr. Jamshedji Tata saying that in a free enterprise, community is not just another stakeholder, but the very purpose of it. So that's where we are. Tata Group, thank you so much for being a patient audience. Have a good day. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Goyal. That was truly inspiring journey. Now I request the next speaker, Mr. Arara Saspati, Executive Director of Lloyds Metal and Energy Limited, Mumbai. He is going to speak on signature steps at Surajgarh iron ore mines. They have been one of our oldest clients, so we look forward to hear from you.
Good afternoon and very thank you to August gathering. First of all, I must thank CSIR and very exclusively NIRI to give this opportunity. So this is a very how the startups, how these CSIR different organizations are help these Lloyds metals to get a very green mining. I will talk about the green mining, how this company has brought the green mining concept, which is the first time in this country, with the help of NIRI and other CSIR like IIMT Bhubaneswar, etc. So, yeah, this is the topic. I'll go back. Go to the next slide. Somebody help me to change the slide. Go to the next. Yeah, this is about the company and our mines, and we are coming with a steel plant and the industry in the district of Gadchiroli at Maharashtra. Everybody know about Gadchiroli. It's full of Naxal, full of LWB. Aisa bhi, somebody in the government who need to be punished, he has to be transferred to the Gadchiroli. That was the kahavat. Agar galti karega to Gadchiroli bhej denge aapko. So that is the area which is full of Naxal. And there we have done this startup. First industry we have startup in Gadchiroli district, and the way we are getting support not only from the issue, from the state government and from the central government. I think in couple of years, by 2027-28, Gadchiroli will be the most economic developed district in the Maharashtra. That is must. You all will see this Gadchiroli. And coming to the this scaling of operation, and today all our fleet. I will come to that. Can you go to the next slide? This is the pillar. This is the pillar of our house of our green mining, and these are the 6 pillars of that. And the foundation is this. And this mostly in the foundation, NIRI has a very big partner with us in the environmental audit. And coming to the first pillar, everybody know iron ore. Iron ore for India government, Indian Bureau of Mines are declared more than 45% Fe in the iron ore. Is known as the iron ore in India. But here we are coming with a beneficiation plant which deals with 20% Fe to 40% Fe. This is again very few. I think only China is doing in the world, and we are going to be start in the world. And this will be the main raw material to produce the green steel. Now coming to the next slide. I have already talked about that. This is the beneficiation of the low-grade iron ore. IIMT Bhubaneswar, it is also a part of CSIR who was a partner to this particular project for us. Next. So this is our entire equipment is the electrical equipment. All the HEMM, this is the first mines is going to be declared the green mine in India. All our equipment, all the dumpers, dozer, heavy equipments, all are done by the electrical driven, because maximum CO2 emission is from the HSD, high fuel diesel in mining industry. Next. And as far as the product transfer of iron ore, it is all under the slurry pipeline beneath the ground. So there is no truck which is taking load of this iron ore. There is no diesel burning and neither any pollution to the environment. Everything will transfer to the slurry pipeline. Next. And it is not only that we are using this technology, we are rebuilding this technology, we are do the re-engineering this technology. The green shovel, this is a Tata Hitachi shovel, which produced in the HSD version, diesel version. Our own in-house reverse engineering we have done, and we have converted to that electrical. There is no electrical model of Hitachi is available. We have converted it to the electrical, and it is running in our mines last 1 year. No emission, no diesel burning, and absolutely the productivity is maintained. And in the left-hand side, this is our rebuild center at Jamshedpur. Even though now we are doing, because we are scaling up our production to 60 million ton excavation, so we are dealing with 310 ton dumper and 36 cubic meter bucket size excavation, which is the highest in the world. And that is available in the diesel version in our Jamshedpur work, so we are converting it to the electrical version. Going to the next. This is where I want to emphasize all these girls, what we are saying, and all the worker, 80% of the worker in the mines, those who are past Naxal. These girls are become the LW once. Now they are operating our big dumper, and they are giving a social economic boost up to there. Go to the next. And today for all our business, we required 150 megawatt, 25 megawatt already we are getting reversible renewable energy, and in couple of years our 100% electricity will do from the renewable energy. This is a small case study I have did. I thanks to everyone. This is how the green mining will start. Mining destroy the environment, that will delete from the mind of the people, and the green mining concept will start in India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satpathy. I now invite the last speaker of this session, Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra, Senior Expert from Econsus Environmental Solutions LLP, Nagpur. He will be speaking on entrepreneurship opportunities for startups in the era of modern environmental challenges. Over to you, Dr. Mehra.
Time is very less. I will just say that the lot of speakers already mentioned about the technology, or you can say about the new innovations. But here, Econsus, which has been developed by Dr. Sameer, who is again the alumni of NIRI. So what exactly we are doing? We talked about the carbon capturing, we talked about the biodiversity, we talked about the conservation, everything. But the thing is that what type of startups for the common mass, not the selected persons. Econsus is involved in such type of startups. Although it is a startup, but it has created several vertical startups, in which way I will very shortly, I will give in a few slides that which type of species are important for biodiversity. If we are talking about something about carbon capturing, then which type of species are required? If we are talking about the plantation, which type of plant species are required? All these aspects were covered here in few of the slides. So quickly I will be showing you. I am just skipping the slides. I think it's not working. Next slide. Next slide. Skip. Yes. Next. 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 Skip it. Next. 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 So from here, I will just give you a few examples, and within, I think, 3 to 5 minutes, I will complete everything. Next slide. Now see here, what we did. We actually took all the ancient text and the modern requirement, as earlier the speakers mentioned, that what is required. So what the audience require, what the client require, and what type of interventions we do, nature-based solutions. So this is what we are doing, despite of the fact that technologies are so far developed up to very high level, or still it is developing, we are unable to predict that how many species are there on Earth. So we need to rethink. And even we are losing the species, flora or fauna, without even knowing its ecological significance. So we are working in this direction so that at least we can have the complete documentation of such type of indigenous or native species. So if we are working on the biodiversity aspect, we are working on the nature-based solution, then which type of ecosystem components are required, especially related to flora and fauna world. So this is all the projects, all the work, all the interventions. These all are related with our work here. So see here, I will not go through all the things mentioned there. What we are doing, we have taken the lower approach, what the community is requiring, and how the common mass can, next slide, how the common person or youth can be involved in such type of actions. Next slide. So all these things I had mentioned here theoretically, but I can't read that. You can interact with stall number 41 if you want to know in the details. Next. 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 So this is what actually we are taking. We are taking all the aspects of local areas. If even the industrial clients are there, we are also taking all the assessment of nearby areas, whether what type of challenges they are facing, and how we can cope up with such type of challenges. So socio-ecological aspects, both are involved in that. Next. Next, these are the few examples where we had intervened. Next. Next. Yeah, next. So how we did, see how the persons, how the youth had been involved. Next. 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 These are the few models which are completely based on such intervention. Next. This is the story of Green Munia, how it has been saved, and how the local youth had been involved. So you can go through on the net, available on the scientific papers also. Next. 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 And such type of development in water-centric approaches. Next. Issue was simple water. Next slide. Please keep on working. Keep on rolling the slides. I'm just continuing. Keep on. Yeah. So this is one of the aspect. Next. How the water intervention, the problem of water, which has been taken up to the complete sustainable solutions for that particular area, ecologically and economically, and how the team has been built, how the womenpreneurship has been developed, how the youth, rural preneurship has been developed. Everything you can get in the scientific papers or on the net. All these aspects we are taking in different aspects. Thank you very much. And sorry for running out of time.
Thank you so much, sir. You have really finished it on dot. We have come to the end of this session 3. On behalf of CSIR-NIO, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the distinguished guest speakers for taking out their time in spite of the busy schedule and sharing their valuable experience and inspiring journeys. May I now request Director NCL, Dr. Lele, to come on stage and felicitate our invited speakers of both the sessions. Thank you, sir. I now call upon our first speaker of the session, Dr. Nitin Lapshetwa. Yeah. Dr. Patil. Dr. Rajesh. Dr. Krupadam. Dr. Dr. Ganges Reddy. Mr. Abhishek Goyal. Mr. R. Satpathy. And Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra. I request all our speakers to be present here for a group photograph. Please. All the coordinating team from CSIR-NIO, please join. Yes, we'll take, yeah. We'll have it up. Yeah. Dr. Mehra, please. Dr. Nitin. Dr. Nitin Goyal, I should be more specific. Yeah. Thank you so much. I now hand over the podium to Dr. Nitin Shukla.
Thank you so much, and now I invite Madam Nidhi from NCL. Sorry.
That's fine, that's fine. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to apologize all the earlier speakers and the coming panelists for the delay from behalf of the organizing committee. We are sorry, very sorry that you had to cut short. Personal sorry to you. So, but we will go ahead with the day's agenda. I think things like this happen in a big event like this. So, just one announcement before we start with the technical session about the panel discussion on how we see the startup ecosystem of the Viksit Bharat. So there is a ceremony in which all the entrepreneurs will be given certificates of participation by directors. So that's a call for all the entrepreneurs to be ready. Just after this event, we will hand over the certificates to you all in the valedictory ceremony. And one of you should be there so that we don't incur further delay. We really look forward to your cooperation and helping us in maintaining the timelines. So I start with the panel discussion of today, how the experts in the area see the startup ecosystem for the Viksit Bharat in the Viksit Bharat. So on the stage, I welcome Shri Umesh Rathod from Ministry of Education, Professor Koteswar Rao from IIM Mumbai, who's Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu from NRDC, Ms. Ruchita Singh from FICCI, Shri Ashish and Dr. Manjusha Shelke from NCL, and Shri Ashish Garde, founder and director of MAGIC, the Marathwada Accelerator for Growth and Incubation Council. Sorry to you all as well, we started late, but we will make it up by finishing early. And yeah. So I'll quickly give some background that we have this startup conclave. We see a lot of entrepreneurs here, and we have been hearing about the numbers. We are the third largest ecosystem. We have 100+ unicorns, and we are doing very good things. Yes, we agree. From 2004 to 2024, we have jumped from 300 odd startups to more than 1,50,000 registered startups. But there seems to be a disparity. Maharashtra is the startup capital of the country with around 25,000 registered startups. But the next one, Karnataka, has around 20,000 only, followed by Delhi, which is 10. So we see there is a lot of gap in between the number of registered startups in various cities of the country. So this panel especially is to identify that why this disparity is there and what can we do to bridge those gaps so that, as conveyed by the ministers yesterday as well, we have startup-enabled India than rather having only startups in India. And we see there are issues like number of startups is increasing, but the startups are also dying out. So they don't scale up. During the transition, they die out. There are certain hand-holding issues which are faced by certain group of people. So we are here to discuss that. And just to inform you, we have tried to cover the interest of all the stakeholders by getting experts from various cornerstones involved in the startup ecosystem. So first is Mr. Umesh Rathod, who represents the Ministry of Education, and he covers the education aspect of the initial education of the people or the upcoming entrepreneurs. Then we have Professor Koteswar Rao, who's from IIM, and we look up to him as an higher education expert. He is a manager of IIM Mumbai. He is the CEO of IIM Mumbai incubator as well. So he brings the perspective of Tier 1 incubator setup in our country. We have, and Manjusha represents the scientist turned entrepreneur. She is a female scientist working in field of energy and from NCL. Very proud and happy to have her here. And we have Dr. Bijay Kumar Sahu, who represents NRDC, this is an organization which has coexisted with CSIR, our parent organization. And his profile includes setting up ways to set linkages between academia and industry. We have Ruchita from FICCI, which is the industrial body, as you all might be aware of. They are doing a lot of efforts to bridge those gaps between the industry and academia linkages as well, and doing a couple of programs. And then we have Shri Ashish Garde, who I told you brings the magic to the dais. And his incubator is in Sambhaji Nagar, which is representing the Tier 2 aspects of the business incubator in country. And also his incubator is working with defense related, has a tie-up with defense ministry, and they are working hard on the defense related inventions as well. And with this formal introduction, short introduction, I will start with the questions. So first question, it's open to all of you. What are the blind spots you see in the ecosystem wherein, from your perspective as a person expert in your respective field, how can you improve that? So we'll start with Umesh ji.
Am I audible? Yes, okay. So thank you, Nitin ma'am, and to all the three organizations, first of all, for organizing this August gathering and exhibits of wonderful startups in the heart of Mumbai. Coming to the question, challenges are too many, obviously. When we talk about academic startups, I could meet some of the startups in the exhibition. It's a very difficult journey from lab to market, understanding TRLs, funding, handholding of mentorship from startups coming from Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, as well as, there could be another underlying challenges which are for faculties not having time to innovate or, get creative due to the administrative tasks which they have. So to build a Viksit Bharat, I think we need to have a holistic approach to identify and clearly state these challenges and brainstorm around how we can come up with those solutions.
Professor Rao.
Thank you, madam. So coming to the higher education system like IITs and IIMs, so basically when I talk about IIMs, the 2-year program is just like a, sprint. So student will have a lot of, workload like, case studies and day-to-day assignments. So they hardly get time to, think more about the entrepreneurship. And even in the IIT system also, when it comes to, third and final year, so student will be more interested towards their placements and the higher studies. So, I mean, to say, to have the culture of startups or the entrepreneurial ecosystem, it should be inculcated at the higher secondary school level itself, so that students will start working on their startups, because startup is something is taking a risk kind of thing, right? So everyone cannot take the risk. So if we have a system itself at the higher secondary school, so those people who are more interested at the time of entering into their graduation, so definitely they will come to the next level. So it will be a fruitful kind of thing the moment they graduate from the college. So I think we need to start with the high school level or the higher secondary school level to inculcate this culture of startup and ecosystem of innovation and all. Yeah.
So I see a hand holding there between the higher education and the graduate education, that there should be grooming right from the initial stages, and students have that the ingraining of that entrepreneur skills right at the school age.
Of course, all the management schools, we have entrepreneurship cells and we have incubation centers and all. So most of our students, after passing out from the institution, they work for a couple of years and then they become entrepreneurs. So per se, like for IIM Mumbai, we have about 140 ventures, out of which there are 3 unicorns. We have a DealShare, we have a cryptocurrency, Polygon, and there is one more company. So they all started after graduating from the institute. Some of them have started working here. So we have a professor here. Professor Monday is well known as the one who is wearing cap here in the crowd. So he mentored almost 140 ventures. He was here since last 3 decades in the institute. Yeah.
Manjusha, over to you.
Yeah, so thanks, Nidhin. So you are asking about blind spot and when it comes to a research to entrepreneurship transition, right? So I think that in Indian academia and in research institutes, there is huge potential, but most of it remains locked in publications and patents, because there is kind of misalignment regarding, our academic institutes, they have a certain traditional parameters like publications to evaluate a scientist or to researcher. And there are not many, recognitions or rewards for entrepreneur endeavors. So it is considered as an independent activity or personal choice. It is not linked with your academic career progression. So that is what I see as a blind spot. Unless we involve or infuse that academic endeavors in that, particular researcher's academic career progression, faculties are not willing to, take that plunge, because there is no incentive for doing that, right? So that is the blind spot in my opinion. Besides, there is no, apart from some IITs and ISCs and CSR labs, there is no proper infrastructure for startup ecosystem for faculties to be supported, where, developing technology is one thing, but having support to how to scale the technology, how to pitch, how to bring the money, how to talk to investors, all that support system needs to be developed. So these are 2 things, that misalignment between entrepreneurial endeavors and academic career progression and the support, startup support system. That is what I see a blind spot for academic entrepreneurship.
Okay. Over to you, Dr. Sahu. You can use the other one.
Thank you, CSIR, for giving this forum. When we are talking about Viksit Bharat, and that too we are talking about deep tech technology, we must understand the value of the science and regulatory. And I will just about to apprise you, Jaisa Desh Aisa Besh. When we are talking about Ek Bharat, Swavalambi Bharat, we have seen the indigenization process, but at the same time, when we talked about deep tech technology, the science and regulatory must go on hand in hand. And that is one of the bottleneck, because India is paying in 2024 India paid IPR royalty $14.3 billion. It is as per the quote of our G20 Sherpa. So point is that when we are talking about technology and technological innovation for a Viksit Bharat, we must do the assessment of the technology, whether that technology has a market readiness level or not. And this is a bottleneck. Everyone talks about technology and innovation, but for technology assessment, validation, and certification, we need a third-party assessment. Normally, if you ask me about my own technology developed by me, ultimately I will say it is in technology readiness level 7 or 8. But when we talked about Indian MSME, because Indian MSME need a technology validation that is in commercialization stage. They do not have a platform to taking into the next level. And that is the bottleneck, particularly the blind spot of technological innovation for a Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Ruchika.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm here on behalf of my chair, Mr. Anil Rajput, who is also President Corporate Affairs ITC. And it's my honor to be with my mentors and seniors and sharing the stage with them. Having said that, I would like to start with FICCI. It's an apex industry chamber, and our engagement with government is incredibly important and relevant here. As for the loopholes, I feel there is definitely lack of awareness among the startups and MSMEs, and we want to really set the ball rolling when it comes to awareness. And in fact, we have identified key focus areas where we think we can actually improve the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem: awareness, enforcement, and commercialization. And incidentally, these three also align with the government perspective. I also realize, and I personally believe, that all of us are working in silos, and it is about time that we break out of the silos and work in a more coordinated and collaborative approach and manner to see that our startups are actually successful.
Mr. Gade, yeah, your view on the blind spots.
I represent Marathwada Accelerator for Growth and Incubation Council, MAGIC, which is an incubation center promoted by the Regional Industry Association, Chamber of Marathwada Industries and Agriculture, CMIA. And I represent Tier 2 cities. I am passionate about the growth of startups in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. In India, even though we have 1.60 lakh plus startups, 50% or more are from rural India. And if you look at the distribution of funds or the resources, you will find most of the resources are allocated to Tier 1 cities and institutes of national eminence. Undoubtedly, institute of national eminence are important, but growth of startups in rural India is also equally important, and allocation of funds and resources beyond institutes of national eminence is critical. So that is my point number one. Point number two is we have mentors at various places, but what we find is most of the mentors, even though they are from industry, very few are having the founder background or a startup experience. So unless and until we have mentors who are having first-hand experience of managing an enterprise, the mentoring quality can be a challenge. The third point is whatever eminent organizations like these CSIR labs, most of these CSIR labs are yet to reach out to interior India and support the industries or the startups which are residing in interior India. So there are many problems. One important blind spot is most of the incubation centers support startups in the early stage, but after the seed funding, the real journey of the startup begins. And at that particular stage, the incubators, most of the incubators lack capacity.
Thank you, panelists. So what if I summarize whatever blind spots you have identified, It starts with including the entrepreneurship and education at lot levels, integrating it with the courses formally, then incentivizing entrepreneurship during the jobs as well, so that people feel motivated. Then we also have addressed the point that there are a lot of technologies available with research institutes, but still there are not many deep tech startups in our ecosystem. So that means there is a disengagement between the technologies available in research institutes and startups. So that has to be established. That can be done by way of TRL level, the technology readiness level. So that point NRDC's representative has highlighted, and they do have a facility called Netra for that. So they can be approached for that, assessing the TRL level. Then Ruchita pointed out that we need to do concerted, cooperated effort, not in isolation. We do not need to work in silos. And Sri Gardeji very validly, very clearly pointed out one. All the effort should not be isolated only for the institutes of national importance. They have to have a broader reach. Plus, the mentors should have first-hand experience of startups. But Gadeji, I would just like to add here, if you talk of outreach of CSIR, so personally, like NCL has done a lot of outreach activities in all the states and especially for tier 2, tier 3 cities this time. And we are going to intensify our efforts as well in fields of tech transfer. So that is one input from our end as a CSIR lab. So thank you for sort of building up that conversation in a very positive way. So Umeshji, my first question to you based on your expertise is, suppose, I think this should also answer many of the queries which our students have. If there is a student who wants to build a startup but has a zero capital, students are not supposed to have a capital. So what is the first step you would recommend as a mentor?
So that's a very valid question, Nitinji. I think from the background which I come from at the Ministry of Education, working with Maharashtra and Goa region, every other day I get this question that student has a brilliant idea. Every faculty thinks their student is the brilliant one and the idea needs, to reach the market and the masses. But that's not the way it is, right? A lot of the educational institutions focus on converting their final year projects into the startup, which was not started with the need-based. And that's the problem is. We need to have credible startups, so the startup founders, even before going for funding, need to look at the market credibility. It needs to be feasible, viable, and desirable. And for that, I think they need to do a lot of groundwork, interacting with mentors, connecting with incubation centers, pitching it to investor network within their ecosystem, not just for getting funded, but validating their idea. And once those things are in place, the kind of handholding which incubation center can provide them is something which is, I can vouch for is great. I mean, like as of now, a lot of startup founders might think that, okay, I have an idea, I have to pitch it to, an investor. But look at a lot of grants available to you, starting from, Nidhi Prayas to SSIFS, Startup India Seed Fund. I know a startup founder, Viksit Bharat podcast series, which we started. I had 5 startup founders on that, and one of them, a diploma holder, has incubated his startup in 6 incubation centers, raised around 95 lakh rupees, just through grants.
Okay.
So that is possible in today's Naya Bharat, I can say. And different schemes are available for students. So instead of going directly for equity-based funding, they have avenues to get funded by different incubation centers for different programs. And, let me assure you, every domain from aerodynamics or aeronautics, any startup which is working in defense sector or, related to biotech, all kind of deep tech, startups have some kind of facility to get funded through Startup India or DPIIT today. Having said that, I think it is really important for faculty, as I highlighted earlier. Any student coming to them with an idea, if faculty does not have the bandwidth or they don't have the incubation center, they should connect them to the nearest incubation center which can handle them properly. And I think, that model can be replicated across the states and various regions. One thing I want students attending this session or who would be looking at this video later, you have support and ecosystem standing right behind you if you have a good idea which is validated in the market. So validate, validate, validate. Credibility will bring capital. It's not the other way around.
So you gave a very good message here for all the students that the resources are available. You just need to reach out to the incubator network around you. And just for your information, there has been a great work, like groundwork done for building up of around 500 plus incubators across country in various cities, including tier 2, tier 3. So just reach out to the mentors, and I think this initial hesitation should be taken care of. So Professor Rao, the question to you. You mentioned that IIM Mumbai already has 3 unicorns. So that shows that the kind of mentoring you do. But do you have any lessons for tier 2 city, tier 2, 3 city mentoring as well? Because you have been there, done that. So what do you recommend how the students should be mentored or the faculty should be mentored in tier 2, tier 3 cities based on your experience?
Yeah, tier 2, tier 3, obviously we need to venture into. So I think there are some awareness programs already been done by AICT. AICT is already having a good network, and they have already started some courses also, because I was part of one of the committees last year. They proposed minor in entrepreneurship, and there should be some courses on innovation, entrepreneurship, and intellectual property should be there right beginning at the higher secondary school itself now, because these things have become very, very important. Unless you know what is the value of your intellectual property. First of all, people doesn't know what is intellectual property all about, right? Whenever say property, they directly link with legal people, right? So intellectual property is something different from the physical property. So if the students will get some kind of idea before they enter into their graduation, because whole this kind of thing, the entrepreneurship journey starts in their graduation, right? Till school days, very few schools. Recently last month, one of the organization from Dubai, they organized one science and tech event here in Nehru Science Center. I was there. So few schools, students, they have showcased very good innovations, and few corporate schools, they are giving all such kind of inputs. But to talk about the, tier 2 cities, the academic institutions, higher learning institutions, basically engineering colleges and related other colleges, we need to create a kind of awareness there. Of course, at present awareness is already there. The thing is, they need to know what are the different avenues through which they can be funded for startups, and who is the right source for hand-holding and for incubation. And the other thing is, as Dr. Sahu also said, about they have to know what is the value they have created. See, everything cannot be, become a startup or a patent or something like that. So value creation, they have to show it. Unless there is a value, no one will come behind you to invest in that. No one will be interested to, even handhold you. Because on the name of startup, many people are simply coming up with some known things and saying that this is my startup, give us the fund. So recently we also evaluated about 50 business proposals for our incubation center. So we found about 15 of them are having value. Out of 15, finally we come to a number of 10. So they should have to know what exactly they are solving. Like they have to base on the need and necessity. Then if you solve something which is needful or it is necessary, then definitely there is a market.
So thank you, Professor Rao. You highlighted one, awareness of IP. People should be aware because IP is a currency for tech transfer or taking the technology ahead. Second, awareness of resources and the value of their ideas. One may have multiple ideas, but they have to be working on one particular idea which is feasible, which has value. Manjusha, so being a scientist turned entrepreneur, a question to you. How would you motivate your colleagues to be to be taking that risk of being an entrepreneur, and what are lessons from your journey?
Yeah, so taking risk is, I think it's individual personality and attributes. As I said that in the starting itself, that there should be a support system also and startup infrastructure in the institute. Plus there should be incentives for faculty to, take that plunge. So when I decided to be an entrepreneur, it was like I was taking a leap into something unknown. But the good thing is that I was tethered to the security. I was having my academic career there, but still I have decided to take leap into that unknown. And initially, it was quite overwhelming because the kind of questions coming to me that, what is unit price, or what are regulatory practices and all, which was something very different language for me, very alien language for me. So if you have that kind of entrepreneurial, inclinations, then since starting of your research itself, you should align your research in that direction. You should have, as Dr. Rao was saying, you should have clear idea about what is the value creation of the research that you are doing and whether there is really a market or not. That is one thing. Second thing, that since starting itself, you should partner with the people who understand scale. Okay, because the way we think and the way we do things in the lab, those are not at scale. So you should partner with, from the starting itself, you should partner with the people who understand scale. And third advice that I would give to my colleagues is that when we plunge into, or when we decide to go into entrepreneurial endeavors, we already have some academic career behind us, right? So there is some credibility to us. So that credibility you should leverage for, your entrepreneurial endeavors. You should not be limited by that credibility, because otherwise there is always a fear that this is something I'm starting from zero. So what people will think that, there is a fear of, being misunderstood, or being, thinking that okay, she or he is not knowing these things. Already we are proud of what we know, right? So that clarity should be there, that when you are going into entrepreneurial endeavors, there are many things that you don't know. You have to start from zero. You have to be a student again and learn those things again. So as I said, you should leverage your credibility, not limited by it. So these are the advice that probably I would give to my...
So what I understand is ready to be unlearning, learning new things, and open for learning new things as a new student is very, very critical for being an entrepreneur while switching from academic career. Thank you, Manjusha. These are very, very valid points I see. Dr. Sahu, we talked of the disconnect between industry and the startups, and we understand startups could be one of the special purpose vehicles which can be used to take the technology out of the institute to the market. We have recently seen what the drones built in startups of Bangalore did, and how the research development done in done by the scientists has helped the entire country using those missiles and all. So how do you ensure, being from Anaerobic, that these linkages are built up, people are connected? So what is your purview, what is your view on that?
We have more than 500 incubator in the country. And when we are talking about startup, that too on technology related startup, the innovation funnel from the prototype stage to the commercialization stage, whether that incubator has such kind of mechanism or facility, we must analyze. Because having ecosystem in the form of a infrastructure doesn't mean that they will deliver. So being a pragmatic facilitator, particularly in technology and technology transfer and commercialization, we have seen, we transfer many technology to the startup, but at the same time, after demonstration of the technology to the startup, it is very difficult for the startup to take into the next level. That because these are the challenges we are facing, being a technology facilitator. At the same time, we must know what is the business readiness level as far as the market is concerned, and whether society is ready to take that technology. And we must see, jaisa desh aisa base. The European ecosystem cannot be fit for Indian ecosystem. India has own problem. India has a problem, but at the same time we have a solution, but we don't have a collaboration. And that is the objective of this program, how we collaborate, co-create and celebrate the innovation. When we talked about celebration of innovation, what are the benefits sharing? as an inventor, innovator, industry startup, the intellectual property right is one of the biggest challenges today. Plagiarism, piracy, infringement is one of the bottleneck for India. And recently also India has been kept a priority watch list by the US Department of Commerce called Special 301 provision. So these are the challenges in one side, but another opportunity is there. We have CSIR, thousands of technology they have developed. How we are creating awareness to the entrepreneur. People of the last mile. I'll give a very interesting example. Recently, last week only, we transferred one of the technology of CSIR institution. The person came from all the way to take the technology because there is a government, state government support, particularly giving subsidy in technology transfer. So that is one of the confidence he is getting from the state government. Second, he is getting a support, the value addition services in this innovation funnel from NRDC. And he is taking the technology from CSIR. So these are the players who are making confident and making comfortable and giving a trust, because some of the products which are in the market, but during Corona time, we can remember some of the company also put the CSIR logo with some of the other institutional logo. That also plays a very important role is branding. Jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai. And today, whatever we are seeing, I am seeing HAR project, and HAR project is supported by MHI also, where NRDC is part of it. So how multiple agencies are working together in leveraging innovation, because you have some strength, I have some strength, he has some strength. If we complement and supplement, we can make the difference. But intellectual property right plays a very important role in benefit sharing. That we must not neglect in this knowledge economy, because this knowledge economy is knowledge intensive, and we must manage the knowledge, monetize the knowledge, and also share the benefit of the knowledge, because plagiarism, piracy, plagiarism is one of the biggest challenges for a country today.
So thank you, Sauji. I think the key learning for me from here is one is knowledge economy, collaborating, co-working, and developing co-development as well. And another thing is market alignment of the research. That is necessary so that we work on something which is required by the market. Thanks very much. So Ruchita, question to you. We have been talking of the support system, we have been talking of mentorship. So I wanted to know from you, what are FICCI's efforts to support the startup ecosystem?
So I would like to answer that question with our core. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, perfect, perfect.
During our IP Day event, our chair clearly articulated our core mission, which is to preserve, protect, and promote the entire canvas related to IPR and its various facets. So with this in mind, our core mission is not only to make the startups aware, we would also like to help them to enforce and commercialize their invention. To take these forward, we have recently made a few initiatives at FICCI IPR. One and a very notable and remarkable initiative is that we have entered into an MOU with World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, wherein we have decided to make FICCI as a strategic hub for IP for business centers. Second initiative is that we are re-establishing FICCI as Intellectual Property Facilitation Center under the newly launched scheme, innovative scheme under Ministry of MSME. Through these initiatives, we think and we are hopeful to empower and strengthen our creators and innovators, offering them IP advisory services, training programs, and facilitating access to global best practices. I would also like to highlight here that FICCI was also instrumental and in fact one of the co-organizers in the recently concluded Startup Mahakumbh. So I think we are one of the, I would say, leading industry associations where we want to bring all the stakeholders, relevant stakeholders, innovators, policymakers, industry and academia on board to deliberate, network and deliver.
Thank you. And just adding on to what you said and connecting with what Dr. Sau said about the importance of IP, Wiki has couple of courses also around IP which are available online, so you all can see that and subscribe to them. They keep organizing these webinars as well. So given your, Gadeji, given your more than 20 years experience in mentoring, etc., and to address the interest of any investors in the audience, I would like to have a question to you asking, why is startup funding a must for anybody's portfolio?
There are multiple advantages. Basically, startups offer opportunities where the returns are extremely high, even though there is a risk involved. But investors, they need to diversify their portfolio also, de-risk themselves by investing in various alternate avenues to the traditional investment avenues, like investment in gold or real estate or some fixed deposits or other options. The other thing is most of high net worth individuals can also contribute to the growth of the startups by sharing their experience as they invest in these startups. The other advantage is when an investor invests in a startup, they get an opportunity to interact with the startup who are solving some problem, working in some innovative area. So there is an opportunity for the investor to learn about the new domain. So there are multiple such opportunities. The other thing is whatever traditional investments are there, there is element of inflation also. So if an investor invests in startup, there is a possibility that they can do away with the inflation rates also. So
okay,
there are many such opportunities.
Yeah, so this is about participating in the future building and also learning new things. So there is a question, another question on investment, and we have amongst the audience Mr. Jayesh, who is a startup investor expert. So would you like to, please. So we would like to have your, we would like to have your quick perspective on the same question. If you want to come to the dais, you're welcome. Please, you can, yeah, you can stand there. Quick perspective on why startup investment is important today.
First I would like to thank you very much. So I use my introduction. I'm Jayesh Khade. I'm an incubator. I started own incubation center, JK, Jayesh Khade Startup Support and Incubation Center in Mumbai, Navi Mumbai. And recently we started at Pune, Bhor Incubation Center, own funded incubation center. Divyango and widow entrepreneurs उद्योजकता विकास केंद्र, that एक अपंग है और उन्होंने चालू किया. This project supported and funded by us, own funded. In Bhor, and in Bhor there are lots of CSR companies are there. So my main question is that how the person, I'm not an industrialist. I was working in the mall, I was getting 10,000 rupees salary. From 10,000 to I'm becoming incubator now. How now there are lots of CSR companies, and now CSR companies also, they are doing lots of for the incubation center, and how the investment is very important for the startups and incubation center, and how CSR companies will help for innovation and incubation. The way they are investing 2%. So I think they invest 1% more to innovation and incubation center. How is it possible, or we can do something, approach to the government, or we can do something for that? 1% for the innovation and incubation center.
You have a question that CSR company, the company is committed for corporate social responsibilities, how they can contribute there.
Yes.
So we'll take that as a topic now. So because we have to finish soon, I'll just quickly, thank you so much, Tej.
Yes.
We will answer the question, try answering that. Yes. So in interest of time, I would just like you all to give one very, very key thing you feel that we can do immediately, say coming 5 years, to strengthen the startup ecosystem and possibly addressing his point.
So if I may go first?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello? Yeah, am I audible? Okay. So I think what I see in academia is the academic, academia is shifting, and the events like Shark Tank, Startup Makum, Startup India has created that aspiration amongst the students to start early as a startup founder. Gone are the days when you had to complete your education to do a startup. Today, IITians in second year, third year have incubated their startups. So I see there are 4 kind of students in academia. One who want to take up a job, these are 60-65%. Second, who want to go for further studies, who will go for UPSC, GATE, PhD, research, there are 10-15%. 5 to 6% misfits, backbenchers, students who don't listen easily, who don't fit into the box, who want to try new, are the risk mitigators or the risk takers. And the 4th kind who don't know why they are there. Now, going forward, I think immediate cause which, as an academician or coming from that department, I think we need to focus is what is the aspiration of the students and how we can cater for their needs. I don't think so one size fits all, for all can work over here. For that, we need to properly identify the students, their aspirations, match that, and provide them the necessary resources. Also, declutter the lives of faculties. Can we have research track, teaching track, and administrative track faculties within academia, which easily highlights what is their role, and not everyone is given administrative load. It does not make sense if there is a faculty who has a doctorate and is doing event management within academia. So I think that should be the notion. Third and the last thing, lot of exhibits happen for projects. Can we bring IP attorneys directly to visualize those projects so they can identify what can be patented and then discarded? So going forward, the junkyard, which is there in campuses, can create some utility for patents. Ministry of Education has brilliant initiatives, Smart India Hackathon, Yukti Innovation Challenge. We have come up with fellowship for students to handle startups. And along with that, we also conduct faculty development programs. But these are some systemic issues. If we want Viksit Bharat by 2047, we need to give space, time for faculties to breathe and come up with those ideas.
Thank you, Umeshji. So further panelists, I would request one-liner what we can do. Please, in interest of time, I apologize in advance.
Thank you. So when you talk about the academic institutions, see, basically science and technology when you talk about. So all inventors cannot be entrepreneurs, but all entrepreneurs are inventors. So in academic institutions, we see in CSR lab also, there are a lot of inventions have been made by the scientists. There should be a department need to see the value of these inventions, the application of these inventions, and connect those inventions with the industry. And here in academia, the industry and academia collaboration is missing. The industry should have to come up with the problem to the academia, and academia can solve those problems. You have a ready-made market. So, and those students who do entrepreneurship, who does startup, there should be some credits added to their course so that that will be compensated. Because you have a coursework is different and your, the passion of entrepreneurship is different. So these entrepreneurship should be given some credits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Manjusha.
So one thing, Nitin, that I would say is that there should be a seamless bridge between academic institutes and startup ecosystem. So faculty or scientists need not to choose between their job and their entrepreneurial endeavors. Because I am still holding my job at CSIR-NIO while building my startup. I see there are incentives and there are benefits of being in a research ecosystem while building something that takes probably, which has very long gestation period. So you need a lot of support. So that support you can get when you are in that ecosystem itself. So there should be a less administrative friction for faculties when they are building, startup endeavors. So that's what I mean. There should be a seamless bridge between the academic institutes, administrative in the sense I am saying about that. it should not be looked as an independent activity of that faculty. It should be considered as a part of job.
Job itself.
So that's the thing that I would like to see
Correct.
changed in next 5 years.
Dr. Sahu.
In fact, there is a completely a transformation, and we learn from the corona, and we learn from the role of the startup in tracing, testing, treating of COVID-19, including vaccine. So point I wanted to, my one line up is, already you have written innovation, collaboration, and transformation. This is the one line, but at the same time, I will just have to apprise every stakeholder of this knowledge economy. For every individual must be enterprising themselves to leverage in connecting the dots when we are talking about startup for a Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
So I would like to quote from yesterday's address that truly encapsulates the essence of the conclave today. Resilient, resolved and ready, India's innovators and startups are set to start up and stand up. So I think it is very important for you to, I think the best part is for you to be aware of what is happening around. Please do not shy away from reaching out to us. The entire, I think, support system is in place, and it is up to you to rise up to the occasion and seize the opportunities that lie in front of you. As for awareness, I mean, I would encourage you to take up our courses, be aware, be empowered, and be successful is all I can say. Thank you.
In India, we are aspiring to have startups in every district. Right now, we are having more than 1,200 incubation centers in the country. In the days to come, the number of incubation centers is growing exponentially. And to have these incubation centers function well, we need to have trained manpower in all the incubation centers. If at all, let's say there are 8 employees in an incubation center managing various aspects of the incubation center, the capacity building of these 8 employees across all incubation centers is extremely important, and we need to gear up with the number of new incubation centers which are getting established on account of the new education policy and other market forces. So my one-liner is capacity building of employees who are working in the incubation center.
Thank you, Ashishji. Thank you, all the panelists. So I will quickly summarize. So I think what the call of this summary of this panel discussion is, we have to be, there's a framework, we have to oil the framework, run the machinery synergistically at the education level, at the job level. There are certain requirements to be made so that scientists feel incentivized for being entrepreneurs, then harnessing the existing ecosystem of the mentor, and obviously capacity building. Thank you so much, panelists. Jayeshji, I think your question needs a better detailed response we will give. So you can have your seat, please. Thank you so much. And while we start the felicitation of the people on the stage, I request all the entrepreneurs representative, please be here for certificate. Please be here for certificate. I request Dr. Ashish Lele, Director NCL, to please come on the stage to felicitate our panelists. So are the entrepreneurs representative here for the certificates? I request all of you to please come. Quickly, as soon as possible. I know you have to rush back. Please be here. Hello? Yeah.
ये वाला चालू हो गया
मिलेंगे अभी हम. How many entrepreneurs are here? Can I have a show of hands quickly? Very good, very good. So I apologize in advance in case I spell the names out. In case I find it difficult, I'll spell it out. Please bear with me. I request all the 3 directors, Professor Singh, Dr. Venkat and Dr. Ashish Lele to please come on the stage, give out the certificates to our entrepreneurs who have been the stars of this show, and we really look forward to have more, I would say, successful startups in the future. Yeah, हम बेचते जाएंगे. So first is AIRTH. AIRTH.
आप बुलाते जाइए मैडम.
Emeritus Life Sciences LLP, Back Treatment Environmental Solutions Private Limited, Bioraj Laboratories Private Limited, Biospectronics Private Limited. Your names are being called out for the certificates. Please, you are called on the stage. All the entrepreneur representatives, Blue Drop Enviro Private Limited. Anybody here? Come now, come quickly. Chalo, jaldi se, speed up. Chalo. Amateurs. Bioraj, I am. Bioraj. Care NX Innovations Private Limited. इसमें से sort करती जाओ आओ अगर आता है. CSIR-NIO Green Firecrackers. Quickly. CSIR-NIO Green Firecrackers. Cure Excel Technologies Private Limited. Blue drop इसमें यहीं पे clear होती है. CSIR-NIO is here. ये NIO का आप ले लो ये. Cure Excel Technologies Private Limited. है नहीं सब. You have to move on. Dr. NS Labs. Show up quickly on the stage. NS Labs. ये तुम उधर पहुंचा दो. Econsys Environmental Solutions. We have arranged the certificates in alphabetical order, so please be alert. Econsys? Yes. EcoCatch Industries can be ready. EcoCatch Industries. EcoCatch Industries. EcoSense Appliances Private Limited can be ready. EcoSense, show of hands. EcoSense. Jaldi. EDHA Innovations Private Limited. Are you ready? EDHA Innovations Private Limited. EDHA Innovations. Exposome Private Limited. Exposome, please come on stage. Exposome. Porsche Medex. Porsche Medex, show of hands please. Porsche Medex. बोल रही हो इधर अलग करते जा रहे हैं. Garu Dialytics. Garu Dialytics हैं. Garu Dialytics. Green Pyramid. ये Green Pyramid. Green Shift Energy Private Limited. Green Shift Energy Private Limited. Green Pyramid, ये Green Pyramid. Green Shift. आए इधर आ. Green Shift हो. This is Green Shift. 4 Health LLP. 4 Health LLP. Please come. All the entrepreneurs representatives are requested to be in the front row now, please. 4 Health LLP. Come. HKR Biotech Private Limited. HKR Biotech Private Limited. Anybody? Show of hands. Who will Life Sciences? You will Life Sciences? Hyperonic Engineering. You will Life Sciences? You will Hyperonic Engineering. I4 Marine Technologies Private Limited. I4 Marine. हैं क्या? Intignis Biotech Private Limited. Intignis. ये आ गया. IQ Soft Technologies Private Limited. IQ Soft Private Technologies Limited. IQ Soft. ये है. इसके बाद जाएंगे. Lamac Biotech. Lamac Biotech. Lamac Biotech. Lambert Technovations Private Limited. Lifebound Technologies Private Limited. Lifebound Technologies Private Limited. LTech Systems. LTech Systems. LTech Systems. Manastic. Manastic. Can you tell your name, please? Name? Huh? Name is not clear. You come on the stage. Manastic. Manastic. हाँ आई डिड हाँ ये फोटो ये लीजिए नेक्स्ट इज मैत्री सिलीफार्म टेक्नोलॉजीज प्राइवेट लिमिटेड मैत्री प्लीज शो योर हैंड्स वंस यू आर हियर मैत्री देयर मेटवेज अब नीचे इधर कम दिस साइड एम सॉर्टिया एलएलपी निरिक्सेंस नित्या इनोवेशंस एलएलपी प्लीज कम Monastic just wait please wait Nitya Innovations, huh? Nitya is here. Just wait now. Your name has gone, right? Organica Biotech Private Limited, please come. Orthocraft Innovations, be ready. Piyush, just stand, let them. So after that is Organica. Please come, Organica. Pacify Medical Technology, please be ready. Pacify Medical Technology. Proximal Soil Sense. Rechargian Energy Private Limited. Hold. So Orthocrafts can come now, please. Rechargian can queue up. Here Rechargian, yellow t-shirt. Come here. Resino Biotech Private Limited, are you ready? Respirer Living Sciences Private Limited. Private Limited. Sakura Biotech Private Limited. Sakura, please come, Sakura, right? Please hold on, your name has gone, no? Just one. It was in alphabet. Resimo. Here. Sakura Biotech. Sir Deshpande Innovations Private Limited. Sakura Respirer नहीं था. This. Sir Deshpande Innovations Private Limited. Sargenic Ventures Private Limited. Just let them go there. Sargenic is here, right? Sir Deshpande. Sir Deshpande, please. Sargenic, just wait. Sargenic. Serigen Medi Products Private Limited, please be ready. Serigen, line up. You to get a click. जल्दी करो फिर. Serigen, ये Serigen उधर से आ रही हैं. Shastrartva Technologies Private Limited. Queue up, हाँ? Shastrat, queue up. Serigen उनका है. ये शस्त्रार्थ आ गया उधर. Yes. ये वाला ठीक है. SMS Envo Care Limited. SMS Envocare. Shastat, please come. Soul Sense Innovations. EDA Innovations Private Limited. Surde Plastic Electronics Private Limited. This is Surde. ये Surdev आ गया. Sinner Sense, show of hands, Sinner Sense. Unique Heavy Care Private Limited. Ultra Pure Analytics India Private Limited, please be ready. Ultra Pure. Ultra Pure. This is unique. Urja Noble Private Limited. Urja Noble. Urja Noble Private Limited. Urja. हाँ दिखाओ. VNR Biotechnologies Private Limited. VNR, queue up please. VNIR Biotechnologies Limited. You, is it I or you? Watastic Solutions Private Limited. Watastic Solutions. Ultra Pure. Ultra Pure. Ultra Pure. Watastic is queuing up, right? Yellow Matrix Private Limited. Yellow Matrix. Yellow Matrix. आ गई. After this. ये Yellow Matrix आ गया. I'm repeating the names in case anybody. What's your name? Come here. SMS. आप कराएंगे ना? ठीक है. Care NX. हाँ, okay. Come. Care NX Innovations. Anybody in the hall? हाँ, name. Sorry. Come here. All of you who have not received, come here quickly. Idhar आओ. Biospectronics. It is lined up here. Care and care. एक मिनट. हाँ. क्या? Course. Course Medex है क्या तुम्हारे पास? नहीं, bio. Anybody else left has not received certificate? Force Medics. Anybody who's in the hall has not received the certificates? I'm just repeating the name in case there is a slip up. Sinner Sense, Soul Sense, AIRTH, Back Treat, Proximal Soil Sense, Pacify Medical Technology, Niric Sense, M-Sorty LLP, LTech Systems, Livebound Technologies, Lamarck Biotech, Cure Excel, Garuda Analytics. Nobody here? उधर से ले लीजिए, certificate दिखा के ले लीजिए. So I think the labs, in respective labs can have the certificate. And in case you need your certificates, you can contact with Dr. Abhay Fulke, who is the coordinator of this conclave. And with this, I thank all the directors for doing the honors today. And thanks to your all the time patience. Thank you so much. And formally, I request, I hand over the space to Rakhi ji. Rakhi ji, over to you. There's no other option.
First of all, an important announcement. This is a mobile which was left somewhere. अगर ये इनका ही है, चलिए मिल गया हकदार आप. So the 2 days that we have celebrated together collectively has been a beautiful, delightful experience for all of us. And I'm sure we all go happy today. Also a little emotional as we created this bond amidst ourselves. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to CSIR family. Thank you to all the 3 labs, institutes, NIO, NIRI, NCL, all the 3 directors, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Dr. Ashish Lele, and Dr. Venkat Mohan, all the scientific community. Of course, vote of thanks होना बाकी है, तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा अब नहीं बोलूँगी, but I would like to now invite Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director NIO, to please come and share a few words as we are now trying to disperse today.
Respected Dr. Ashish Lele ji, Dr. Venkat Mohan ji, Dr. Nitin Goyal ji, Dr. Nitin Shukla Tiwari ji, colleagues from all the 3 laboratories, scientists, students, all the participants, incubators, startups, ladies and gentlemen, every good thing which start, it has to end. And now we have come, we have reached to, at the end of this 2 days function, we are feeling very bad about that. Because this 2 days, I think it has passed like few seconds. We started yesterday and everybody was so much busy. I think we did not realize that 2 days already passed. So many good things has happened. And this is really a fantastic thing in the direction of making a Viksit Bharat. I think this type of enthusiasm is very much required to make Viksit Bharat. The young people, means the beaming with lot of enthusiasm, I think it was the message which we got. Everybody is trying to do something. Everybody want to become successful. I think the technology which CSIR people, CSIR scientists are creating, if it has to reach to the masses of India, this is one of the fantastic forum to provide this type of facility to all the youngsters. I'm really very, very happy. And I'm really very much thankful to the government, Ministry of Earth Science, Ministry of Science and Technology, our minister who's advised us to do this in Mumbai. And within, I think within say 10, 15 days, this whole meeting was arranged at very short notice. And I'm very thankful to our fellow directors, Lele Sahab or Venkat Mohan Sahab, or the participants like Nitin Goyal, Abhay Phulke, and all those things. They have done marvelous job. I will not believe that everything had been done within hardly 1 week. So this type of enthusiastic people who have done this work, I'm really salute them. And I think if we have this kind of manpower, if we have this kind of scientists, if you have this type of young people and startup, I think nobody can stop us to becoming Viksit into before, even before 2047. So I'm very thankful to all of you, all the youngsters. I'm very, very thankful. I'm very happy that it has been concluding on a very happy note. Thanks a lot. Once again, thank you very much.
And that's the beautiful synergy that we have seen here. And now I invite Dr. Ashish Lele, Director NCL, to also speak and share a few words with all of you.
We are at the fag end of an absolutely exciting program. What a 2 days of such excitement, such energy, such a charged atmosphere. And I don't think CSIR has had such a high-profile event in the city of Mumbai, where the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, and of course our own Honorable Union Minister who graced the occasion. And the stars of the event were really those 70 entrepreneurs who came together and made it so very exciting. But I must say that a big takeaway for CSIR was that not only we could arrange such a short program in such few days, but the 3 labs worked as if it was one lab, in one team, such unison. And I think this is the hallmark of CSIR. When there is a need of the day, the entire organization rises up to the occasion and makes things happen. It was difficult. We were given a very short notice to do it. But I think the three teams, the three labs really came together wonderfully. The three directors were only in the support role. I say on behalf of Sunil ji and Venkat, we were only in support role. It was really people like the two Nitins and Manoj ji, and the whole team really put their act together. I think there were a lot of learnings also from this event. We are very excited to see the startup ecosystem growing at such a rapid rate. 20% growth is something to be envious about. But I think there are a lot of things to learn for startups to really make it big, to really scale exponentially. India is still a long way away. So let's not be complacent, because the first learning that we had today was if you are complacent, your growth stops. So we still have a long way to go, huge aspiration to keep in mind. But I think it's the right time and the right place for India to make its name. And as many people say, this is the century for India. So let's make it big, and let CSIR support the growing startup system in this country today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Together we grow and collectively we strive ahead. That's the spirit. And now I call Director NIRI, Dr. Venkat Mohan, here on the stage to share a few words.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to the close of the Startup Conclave, it's clear that today was about a practical progress. So, as Dr. Singhji told, everything has to end, but here, again, we have to start, because this taking leads from this, we have to start to go march towards the 2047 thing, what we have to go with. So we have seen how ideas can take shape and when innovators, researchers and industry experts come together with a shared focus. When innovation is driven by purpose, especially in the environment space, the results are impactful not just for business but for environmental sustainability. This event was a platform for discuss and a step forward for Indian growing startup ecosystem. Some of the key takeovers I would like to put it here. It shows spotlight on entrepreneurship, particularly on the eco-entrepreneurship, and also pitched into new collaborations and have knowledge sharing between different stakeholders, and very important youth engagement, because many of these college students, apart from youth, young entrepreneurs came there, they get the leads. And it also shows CSR role. The conclave reaffirms CSR performance and commitment to advancing science-linked innovation. So Indian environmental startup ecosystem, there are 3,000 startup ecosystems, but there are a lot of challenges existing with the startup ecosystem where few of the talks has been given, but there are a lot of scope. Funding opportunities are significant, government is supporting. And to address these challenges, many of the conclaves and events are being there, and NIRI is one of the things where we try to look into mentoring the startups which are having some potential. So here I would like to again re-emphasize that I'd like to thank all our CSR labs, particularly directors, CSIR-NCL and CSIR-NIO for supporting this event in a short period of time, and all the teams of NCL, NIRI as well as NIO for making this event so wonderful. And I wish you all very good to happen in coming days for startups, and thank you very much.
While this formal thank you and valedictory is going on, we would like to thank Ms. Rakhi Bakshi on behalf of all of us, and I request Director NIO, Professor Sunil Singh, to please felicitate her with Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj small memento as a token of our thanks to her for being our anchor and pilot throughout the event. So all three directors can join in thanking us on behalf of, in thanking her on behalf of all of us. Thank you so much, Rakhi ji. It was a pleasure interacting with you. And with this, I request my very close colleague for last 2 days, Dr. Nitin Goyal, to please give a vote of thanks on behalf of all of us. Dr. Nitin Goyal, please.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Nitin. Members of the dais, our beloved directors, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh ji, Dr. Ashish Lele, Dr. Venkat Mohan, esteemed dignitaries, visionary speakers, enterprising entrepreneurs, enthusiastic attendees, and my fellow colleagues from CSIR laboratories, ladies and gentlemen. At this invigorating Startup Conclave Mumbai, when it draws to this close, it is my distinct honor and a privilege to propose this vote of thanks. What a truly memorable and remarkable collective, discussions of minds has happened over the past 2 days. We have navigated the frontiers of marine biotechnology, explored the evolving startup ecosystem inside the Viksit Bharat, and envisioned a future powered by sustainable and cutting-edge deep technologies. The energy in the room was, very inspiring. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude to the Minister of Science and Technology, Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, who actually conceptualized this conclave, supported us to organize this conclave, and graced the occasion yesterday and shared his vision of accelerating Indian startups, based on the support which is being provided to the youth of the country. Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji, inaugurated the event yesterday and strengthened this philosophy and shared his commitment to fostering the startup ecosystem, which is highly commendable. The event was further energized by the words of Honorable Shri Eknath Shinde ji, Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra, who graced the occasion today and interacted with the startups. Special thanks are due to Shri Mangal Prabhat Lodha ji, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, for his gracious presence. I extend our gratitude to the head of CSIR family, Dr. N. Kalai Selvi, Director General CSIR and DG and Secretary DSIR, for being the guiding light for this event. Further, a resounding thank to all esteemed speakers and panelists. Your profound knowledge, invaluable experiences, and a glimpse into the future of deep tech have been the cornerstone of this conclave. You have not only enlightened us, but also ignited a renewed passion for innovation and problem solving. I thank Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-NIO, Dr. Ashish Lele, Director CSIR-NCL, and Dr. S. Venkat Mohan, Director CSIR-NIRI, for their encouragement and unwavering support, which enabled us to organize this conclave at such a short notice. I thank the support staff of all the ministries, local urban bodies, traffic, police department, fire department, and many more who have helped us make this event a grand success. I thank the correspondents and reporters of all media houses who have covered this event at length and has helped disseminate the information to the public at large. A special thank you to the technical committee, the organizing committee, and the tireless volunteers of CSIR-NIO, NCL, and NERI. Your meticulous dedication, planning, and seamless execution have ensured a smooth, enriching experience for all of us. And I would like to say that every successful event has such a team who works relentlessly, and you all deserve a huge round of applause. To all the aspiring entrepreneurs present here, you are the engines of this startup revolution. Your courage to dream big, your resilience in the face of challenges, and your relentless pursuit of innovation is what will shape the future. This conclave was for you, and we hope that it has provided you with enough connections and insights and a renewed energy to build impactful ventures. Our heartfelt appreciation extends to all the attendees. Your active participation, insightful questions, and enthusiastic engagements have made this conclave a vibrant and interactive platform. You are the community which will carry forward the momentum which has been generated here. Finally, let us not forget the incredible teams behind the scenes, the technical support, the venue staff of NESCO and their partners, which include team creation, Rishikesh ji and his team, which contributed to the resounding success of this event. From NESCO, we could actually name a few people, which is Mrs. Meenakshi and Gajanan, who was actually heading the F&B. So as we depart from this conclave, let us carry with us not just the knowledge gained, but also the connections which we have made and the collaborations which we have fostered. The spirit of deep tech is not just about groundbreaking discoveries. It's about translating those discoveries into tangible solutions that address real-world challenges and create a better tomorrow for all. Let this conclave be a catalyst for further innovation, collaboration, and a collective drive to position India at the forefront of the global deep tech landscape. Thank you all once again for being a part of this extraordinary event. We wish you a safe journey back, and we look forward to seeing that incredible impact that you will create and undoubtedly make in India. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. I would now request all to stand for the national anthem. We will play the national anthem shortly.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
With the permission of all directors, I would request a group photograph of all the organizing, technical, and the committee members, please. May I ask them to come up on the stage, sir? Okay, thank you, sir.
सब लोग आ जाओ आगे।
बोलो भारत माता की।
And finally, हम ये नहीं कहते हम जा रहे हैं, हम आ रहे हैं जल्दी। Okay, तालियां। We're coming soon, all of us together. Thank you, everyone.
बंद कर भाई।
और कहते हैं ना ये सब कुछ जो घट रहा है वो बहुत ही सकारात्मक हो रहा है और इस पूरी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी में जो एक नाम बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहा है जितने आयोजन में उन्होंने ऋषिकेश का है तो मैं उनको मंच पर बुलाना चाहती हूँ और सम्मान
फोटो डाल देना। अरे उसमें क्या लाइन क्या डालेगा?
Right, थोड़ा पीछे हेलो राहुल राहुल
Just wait. Look here, look here, look here. बैग साथ में रखो। सब अपने आईडी स्ट्रेट कर दीजिए ना, आईडी ब्लैंक स्ट्रेट कर दीजिए। Thank you. आइए सर, जल्दी 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 स्पीड आ जाइए साथ में। थैंक यू। अरे तेरा ग्रुप का है। थोड़े नीचे आ जाओ, थोड़ा नीचे आ जाओ, सब ऊपर में जाओ। अरे गार्डन है, चेक नहीं होता है, चलो वाईफाई है ना। बाकी के लोग यहाँ से नीचे आ जाओ ना, नीचे आ जाओ, नीचे बैठो, नीचे उधर बैठो, ज्यादा अंदर मत जाओ, टीवी है, बॉर्डर बॉर्डर थोड़ा मारो, वेट, पीछे दिख रहा है, look here everybody, look here, wait, look here. Wait please, wait. Wait guys, wait. Thank you guys, thank you everybody. कितना प्राइस दिया उसने? पेंड्रो में कितना प्राइस दिया? है ना? चेक किया बरोबर?